Oh, good morning, villain spirit. Good morning, y'all. Woo, woo. That session last night was live, baby. Woo wee, woo wee. Yeah, that session was live, baby, all the way live. And I like to I like to give a shout out to my homegirl, Cherokee the singer. No, no, not Cherokee Diaz. Bunch of fucking perverts. But yeah, man, we rocked out last night, you know. I mean, honestly, I wasn't honestly this was just an experiment. Like I had no intentions of going live during this beat session, but I was just like, well, you know what? Might as well show people that I actually am a socialite. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that I like to give a shout out to everybody that came through last night. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Without y'all, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, nobody would have known about this evergreen gem channel. You know what I'm saying? But it wouldn't even matter because those who stumble upon it, you know what I mean, are going to enjoy what I bring to the set, what I bring forth to the table. But yeah, man, yeah, I had a good time. Shout out to my homegirl Cherokee. You know what I mean? She was actually she definitely was feeling the beats. She was definitely feeling the music, man. So let's hold on because I definitely forgot to like send her some shit. You know, probably send her some more a little bit later. But yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, last night was a blast, man. I hope everybody enjoyed last night. You know what I mean? I had fun. I mean, shit, I was acting a damn fool last night, man. Like these niggas couldn't tell me nothing. Meanwhile, they at that goofy ass Coliseum bitching and moaning about females all the goddamn time. Like in the villain spirit, we have fun over here. We have fun over here. We're not gonna bitch and moan about women. It's like the same women y'all fucking complain about is it's obviously it's y'all. It's you. It's you niggas. You are the reflection of why these women are acting the way they're fucking acting. Like, didn't you put two to two together on how you niggas were treating women? Like, get the fuck out of here, bruh. Like y'all niggas, like y'all niggas really gonna come on here and try to act like bitches. Well, this is what they did to me. Like it's your fault. Like Ty City said, nigga, it's your fault. Like shut your dreamy eyes, goofy ass the fuck up with your dumb ass. Old incel fucks. Shit. But man, let me get off of that. Let me get off of that. I'm here to spread the positive energy. I'm not here to talk about these little cornbread ingrates. Yeah, yeah. I said it. I said it. You know, and what the fuck they gonna do about it? Not a goddamn thing. Oh, he's talking about us. Yeah, I am. Cause I'm getting sick of you. I'm getting sick of you masculine ass niggas. trying to trying to make your masculine asses look masculine. Like, how does that work? That's just like me saying I'm about to whap on tap on a nigga when knowing damn well I ain't got no wet ass put like man, the shit that niggas be saying since last year, it's like for this new year, can we put that word whapping and tapping to rest? Cause I'm a grown ass man. I should not be hearing no grown ass niggas saying they whapping and tapping. What the fuck? So you mean so what you trying to tell us? Y'all niggas got some wet ass pussies? Huh? All that goofy shit? Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have fucking mercy, man. Lord have mercy on these fuck niggas. Like, I'm gonna whap and tap on your head. Like, nigga, I did not need to know that you had some wet ass pussy. You know what? Let me get out of there. Let me get the fuck up out of there, man. Shout out to Sarah Badayu, the vice captain of Gray Skull, on the share. Please get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. You know what I mean? It doesn't cost you. It doesn't cost you to like and to share. And if you're new to this channel, make sure you subscribe too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like make sure you subscribe. See, I don't know what the hell these niggas are doing on YouTube, but this ain't the place for that. Y'all want to bitch and moan and all that shit, man? Hey, listen, get your own site. YouTube is definitely not the fucking place since now they're cracking down. They're cracking down on you niggas. Straight up. But it's these whew, man, it's like I hope you niggas were watching my channel, my stream last night. Now that's how you make some content. I ain't complaining about fucking women or not fucking women. Like, come on, man. Come on. Like how old are y'all niggas? Shit. Older than me. And y'all acting like women. You're acting like a bunch of females. Like, what is this? What is this? We 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 playing Trading Places. I bet y'all have Usher in that background while y'all playing or switching gender roles and shit. We trading places. Oh, looking ass niggas. Y'all make me sick. Y'all make me sick. Y'all literally make me sick. Y'all make me sick. Y'all make me sick with your Greek philosophy and your esoteric wisdom. Like, ew, get out of here, nigga. Like, I can see why I don't fit in with the rest of y'all niggas. Cause y'all always want to talk about the women. Like, shut your feminine ass up. Like, I don't know what y'all niggas need to do, but y'all need to do some push-ups or something. I like this shit is beyond me. This shit is beyond fucking me. but but last night should also taught everybody from my stream that I wasn't talking about anything to make my guests feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean? We were just vibing out. And that's all that matters, man. Like we were just vibing the fuck out, you know? Just playing joints, you know what I mean? Gave a little educational lesson, to some of the samples that I've chopped. So I mean, yeah, I mean that's how you make content. Instead of doing all of this bitching and moaning, man, I'm on my last nugs. Gonna have to make this shit count, y'all. Damn. Something told me I should have got a quarter from my cousin, but these Glookies, man. Shit. Where's my grinder? Alright. That's the other half of the grinder. Oh, there you go. But oh shit. Who just hit me up? Who hit me up? Who hit me up? Oh, nobody. Coolito. Oh, I gotta. Nah. You know what's crazy? I need to take advantage of people that be following me, who have, who be doing album covers and shit. Yeah, so that's definitely going to be the move. But I rather like do that shit by myself, by hand, and all. You know, I mean, shit. I'm definitely going to be thinking about getting like a new HP laptop. You know, like for my design, like for my designs and shit, logos. Because I have all these how to draw like books and sketching book, and I haven't touched I haven't touched like my sketching books like in years, bro. Like in years. And you know what I've been doing lately? Like I've been watching a lot of like art stuff on my Instagram, and I've been saving them shits like, just to watch a little bit later and to learn, relearn actually, learn relearning how to draw again. Cause man, it's been a minute, bro. It's been a minute since I actually like drew some ill shit. Like, hold up, let me see if I can find one of my sketching books. So yeah, man, I'm gonna show y'all my art, man. I'm gonna show y'all my art for a little bit. Hold up, let me see. See, I think this is. Oh, okay. Hold up. So, hold on. Let me show y'all one of my. Oh, you know what? That's also a good idea too, Dre. I might have to invest in that. Getting a drawing tablet. Yeah, definitely. But all right, hold on. This is a little bit graphic, so I don't want nobody fucking, fucking reporting my shit. But this is one of my drawings that I made that I did back in 2013, I think. So hold on, wait. It's supposed to be Boomer. I don't know, but it definitely gave me that little Boomer vibe. You know what I mean? So this is picture number one. All right, so they're fine. Yeah, man. Like All right, so picture number two, you know, these are just trust me, I'm not the best. I'm not the best drawer. you know, no, my art is not for the kids. My art is definitely not for the kids. Damn sure not for the kids. Damn sure not for the kids. All right, so here we go. Let me find another joint. Uh, wow, man. Like, hold on. Yeah, this joint is a little bit old, but I gotta get some more inspiration. Yeah, this is hold up. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, hold on. I think I've let me see. I have another sketching book. Hold on. Is this it? No, these my notebooks. Um, damn son. Hold up. Yeah, hold up, y'all. I had a picture of I did this one piece um of Kalen Garcia. Hold up. Let me try to find this joint. Damn, this shit takes me back to memory lane, man. Like let me find this joint. Oh shit. Oh, let me show y'all another one. Yes, NC17 part of that stream. Yes. Yes. But this is one of my characters that I made. So I had a little give a little shine to it. You know. Let me see. What else can I find here? Oh yeah, this is I made these little cartoons. This is one of my homeboys, one of my peoples, Bison. Unless his beard is oh nah, that yeah, that he was the he's he you know what? This is a story I should tell y'all. Like he was actually the main person that I who who made me want to like grow my beard fully. Like for real. Like I was just like "Hmm." Oh shit. Oh shit. Nah, B. Nah. Nah. Oh, oh, advisor. Oh, oh shit. Oh boy, who the hell? Oh God. Why do people always tell me to put God first? Hit the link was a cartoon. What? Yo, you know what? That's some funny shit, Dre. Just imagine. I just draw a picture of this setting, right? Of like the chat box on the right side and shit. And you see niggas begging for the link. Like, I need the link. I need the link. Please. I need the link. I need the link. I need some attention. I need some attention from other men. Yeah. I need a red beat. I was thinking about dyeing my hair red, dyeing my beard red once upon a time, but I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want people to think I'm a ginger. Kiss me, I'm Irish. So green with envy. Kiss me, bitch. I am Irish. Oh shit. Dude, hair looking like a red. Oh my lord, man. God bless. And it's just like, damn, homie. Back in the days, you was the man, homie. The fuck happened to you? It's like, damn, son. Damn. Goddamn. Oh, Peerless Dad, bro. Oh my lord. Yo, those triplets, man. They're gonna be a problem when they grow up. They're gonna be a fucking problem, bro. And the fact like every other like top tier like martial arts group want these kids, it's like damn. But the crazy no, but the most important part is they want to know these niggas want to know who their father is. Like that man, thank you, Dre. Thank you. That Maywa man, that shit is that shit is crack. That shit is crack. Yeah, yo, son, he does, bro. He does. He does. Yo, bruh, that shit, man. Listen, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on the next chapter of Legend of the Northern Swordsman. I had to go to the site and see if they put up any new new chapters yet. Not yet. Yeah, yeah. I hate dumb main characters too. You have no idea. You have no idea. I had a hard time trying to think if Goku was a smart motherfucker or was a dumb motherfucker. Ooh, Heavenly Demon. I definitely gotta check that out. See, man, you already have me like bookmarking Maywas like right after I'm done with enough with a current Maywa. Like, man, listen. Hey, I like Luffy. like, I like Luffy. But you absolutely right. There's too many Gokus and Luffys, man. Like there only should be one Goku and one fucking Luffy. Like I don't need I don't need too many Gokus and Luffys, man. Like damn. Oh, you know what other anime I need to look at? Super Crooks. I just heard that shit came out like recently. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't watched it yet, so I do agree. I do agree. Like he has his moments of the necessary and unnecessary dumb nigga shit. Like he definitely does. He definitely does. Oh, that's right. Yo, I've been waiting for that season to the drop, man, cuz like that first season was crazy. That's that first season was crazy. Like how the main character like oh man, they did that nigga filthy till he till he was like, nah, I'm gonna get even on the motherfuckers that that wanted me to die. That wanted me to die in that fucking dungeon, bruh. Like I'm getting everybody. I don't care who I hurt. Well, yeah, man. Like nigga been getting some baddies too. Nigga got himself a vampire baddie. Like shit, nigga. Yeah, he definitely went hard, bro. He definitely went hard. So drop I'm gonna drop the link since we discussing anime and shit. There. Oh wait, yep. There we go. There we go. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't recall. Yeah, my life as a slime. Yeah, that shit is hard too. Shield Hero too, bro. Oh man, Shield Hero. That's another joint. What up, man? What up, man? But yeah, Shield Hero. Yeah, I
Yo, what's good, man?
all the way.
Man,
I'm
yo,
just looking forward in this. Oh shit! Hold on, man.
yeah,
Oh, I forgot. I turned this shit off. All right, say something.
there you go. Yo, can you hear me?
What the hell? Wait,
Hold on,
I
can
don't
you hear
even
me?
know what the hell happened to the microphone. Oh shit! This is
I can hear you.
I hate when this shit happens. Hold up.
Oh, yeah, you gotta go in your settings, Joe. Yeah, can you hear me?
Uh,
Hold on, can you hear me? Let me see. You're okay, yeah. Let's do that. Let me take it. Get rid of that. You, can you hear me now? Yo, yo. Okay, device is not connected. What's going on, y'all? We having technical difficulties. All right, no problem. The he shall return. Yeah, man. Waiting for the captain to bring himself back. See who got here. Oh, Sir Obadiah, Hail Grace Call. In the Palace of Petty. Oh, where you at? What's going on, sir?
What's going on, man?
What's cracking like? Waiting for the captain to come back. He was having
Yeah,
audio difficulties. We was up here talking about this
yeah,
these characters on here.
yeah. I saw the messages from the third warlord Colombian. Don't understand about these hoes,
Oh
but but I'm glad I put that cluster. in the hideout. And the reason I want him to look at that, she's talking about everything that sums up what's going on. And I'm glad she did that. She said, they've been doxing. And she was saying that in the stream. I said, oh shit.
Yeah.
You know, but she has a
we had a convo, so I was breaking down some things, so he got it.
Yeah. I was trying to explain to him, I think last month about that, and I'm glad he told me that custody story about 3 times. And I'm glad we're clear on that, because you gotta be careful who you watch. And you know those 2 videos by that guy, Iceberg Turner, says she's a stalker, and I had to see those. Reason why I had to see those the other day, and I said, let me look at this, because I was looking what's going on, you know, the nigga side of YouTube, and I stumbled upon. I was looking for the exposed, you know, videos, what they made about that individual and anybody else that's involved in that shit. I said, you know what? Let me look at what he's talking about. She said, that's a stalker with different counts, but it said her real name. Quite interesting when he said that. And he said, trying to do business deals, and then you see how she fall off. You notice it's a pattern. And I said to myself, okay, you say you're gonna leave, but you're coming back. I don't make no damn sense, but you know, but he said that's just a prostitute and a whore from Florida, but that ain't a real name. That's what he said. And he slipped up. He said, oh, excuse me. He said, China White. And I was like, oh shit. And I saw those 2 them clips. But I found something interesting about Uppity Unicorn. She said something about the gender war, interracial nonsense, like it's perpetuated by the white men war, you know, because there's a one white guy, she said, perpetuate that. A lot of that's fake. A lot of times, most couples, and I'm glad she pointed that out. Yeah, they do want girls. I don't know if that's true or not. That's like 50-50. It depends. You got some exceptions. They do want boys, but I have seen some down here do want girls, and I scratch my head. That's because of that beauty shit. And I don't want to get into the trans part of that as well. You know, that's a whole nother, you know, she could have went in, but I've noticed she had a breakdown with her family and her losses. I mean, rest in peace to her families, but I'm just saying, I stumbled upon her shit too. I was just perusing the other day, and I said, you know, let me see what's going on, who's talking about who, and you know, and I stumbled upon David Johnson's video about Little TP and everybody else. He's making some content, because normally when I first came back, he didn't make no content, but one video. Now he's got about 5, and I'm like, okay, nigga, about time you stop pandering and flipping and flopping and what's called pocket pussy. So, you know, you got to stop all that shit. I mean, yeah, y'all got to do content no matter what it is. But the other night, what I saw from, over at, over at Arts, still messy, but they talk about that generational shit. They didn't get into the gay stuff, and they tried to, hey, don't get flagged. They got the emotional, you know, BJS was on there, but he dipped. And I saw a little argument on his stream, and I woke up to the argument. I said, my battery was kind of low on the phone. I was like, 48%. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on? And I was listening to the argument. They was just tripping about nothing. But you know what happened to Art of Itmar, right? They didn't get no views. People got tired of that bullshit. They said, you know, he had to shut down. I want y'all to see that screenshot. You'd be like, oh, shit. And they said, yeah, he had to shut down. BJS was panicking. I said, well, you know, people are tired of your shit. You know, it ain't just both men, but men, period, that's on that bullshit, that incel nonsense. They're tracking. They ain't got nothing to do with men. So you can call it wherever you want, but as long as there ain't no incel behavior, they ain't gonna say that on YouTube. He said, well, you're a terrorist. They're calling y'all terrorists now. See, you can't say we hate incels, but actually y'all love them, y'all protect them. And then it's, you know, that's why I hear, like last year, I heard that last year, say they let it slide because of the pandemic. You know why, right? Because they want that reset. What they call it, the Great Reset. Yeah, that's y'all's reset. Last year was trash. I mean, it was semi-trash, but it was a little wash. But the year before that was a wash. So 2021, what I've learned, me coming back doing content, it's quite interesting about niggas, you know, and I didn't know they was on that tip. And I knew it was already dead, you know. It's like going to the graveyard, like coming back to try to rebuild the baddest bitter again. The nigga get dead. Juan G's, my man Juan of Philadelphia's from Gray Skull, you're gonna be fine. That crackhead went in the kitchen. I'm glad I didn't get on that damn panel, that weak ass panel that Kuda had. Yeah, I saw that shit. And I woke up and I'm glad, and I typed in his Well, I actually should have typed in his real name, but I did. Pissed him off, and he got off the panel eventually because he was on that bullshit. He's mad because then James was roasting him in the chat. See, he don't want to look in the chat because if he did, we would have aired him out. See, fuck him on the panel or whoever, and I expect dude was going to do that. And the reason being is my issue is why defend a nigga that doesn't give a fuck about you? And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said it on the street. I'm gonna probably have to watch your replay real soon this week and see what he said and how it all started. I want to get the gist of it because he put my name in his mouth because I have an issue with him now because you should have said that shit months ago if you had a problem with me in March. That split between me and MOT. See, people don't understand the gist of how Manosphere done fell further. It's kind of like y'all shit. I've been in splits before. Pharisee obliterated the traitor that he was, had us out by the feds and CIA, but I ain't gonna get into that. I lost my channel. I was on some shit, political shit, but I learned a lesson. You know what I mean? Well, I've learned you can't trust niggas in the shit if they working for somebody corrupt like that. And then the Alex Jones types, and I got in trouble for that shit. Lost the channel. It was a sacrifice, but I really kind of a little bit of regret. But then I said to myself, the older I got, I said, nah, I don't regret it. Because if I would have stayed in that entertainment shit, I'd be like these niggas. I would be like these niggas a lot worse. And you know what I've noticed about SWP and them guys and Tommy? Boy, oh boy. And I look back at it now and I say, oh, YouTube is just like, it was a cancer. At first it wasn't, but then I realized, nah, I'd have been worse than them niggas. Thank God I made a switch and did this channel. I said, you know what? Let me talk about some real shit that I really like to do. That's another reason why I built this channel. It's a combination of a lot of things. At first I said, man, I don't want to come back to YouTube and in the same year. But you know what I did? I had to go this way. And it was a call. I said, you know what? Let me do this. Because if I stuck in entertainment land, the copyrights, the clippings of videos, being a goof, man, me and that young start off YouTube, I said, you know what? That could have been me. And I said to myself, nah, I didn't want that. Because I already knew what it was going, because the other generations, just all around fuckery. And I just couldn't deal with it, man. I said, fuck it. I'm glad I did this shit for like 9 years, almost 10 years, but try to keep it above board, man. I can't go backwards because I remember old YouTube. Yeah, it was Wild Wild West, but it meant something. And that shit died. And I said, that pro-black shit is dead. I try to get it out of my system, but it's hard. I have a little answer left, but I ain't trying to teach nobody. But I'm glad Cluster said that. Yeah, them niggas ain't shit. I agree with her on the last stream. These niggas try to build, and they ain't this shit. That's what we're dealing with. But yeah.
Hold on. Now this says that my damn cam no mic. Yeah, I see it. You'll see it. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it says device is not connected. I don't know what's going on. Now go into your settings.
You have to go in your settings.
I use Windows, so I can't really tell them. You might have to go into a system preferences or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, he has to go to his settings, or you can restart your computer and then the camera thing will come on your computer. Because if you're using Chrome like I did, you have to restart your computer, but your StreamYards will be up. That's one thing I like about Chrome. They keep your StreamYards up. If you restart, you'll be back on top. If you have regular tabs, the next thing you know, the green light, I have a green light camera on. And I'm on my mic right now because how I got his link to it on the computer, I typed in his little StreamYard thing on my new stream about to come up on the 9th, but it's going to disappear because I went off on it. And that's how I captured his link. And I said, you know what, from the hideout, that's what I did. So
he made me like the admin. So that's the other reason that's being able to stay up too. Because that's why I can put people comments up on the screen and bring them back in if I need to.
Yeah,
that was a good thing about it. Man.
I've been listening my daily ritual, my music, and then I saw him on, and I said, "Oh, okay, y'all on." I'll be back, but I got a premiere on the 8th. Just my introduction coming back, and then the 9th. That's it. I ain't gonna do much. Yeah. We here, Villains Fear. Man, that last show was it Saturday or Friday night? I believe Friday night. I enjoyed that shit. And Nadia wanted that link. She said, drop the damn link. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
What are you doing? That's the first time I've ever been on the panel with her. I've heard her
yeah.
voice in the chat. Good content, but goddamn, you want it that bad?
No, it's cool, man. Like, I think people need to like. I've been over to Nadia's channel. It's very welcoming, very structured when she does go live. I think that's where we need to go with stuff. Is be very prudent who you allow on your platforms, especially after what went down, especially with Lapeef. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Yeah, I think putting out the link in the chat. I think we need to stop. I'm like, well, people can do what they want. I just recommend that people stop doing that. Like if I would have never put my link out in the chat, I probably wouldn't have dealt with that trying to disrupt my panel um, with old Oscar the Grouch over there. Um,
yeah,
yeah, so I've learned my lesson with that. And yeah, I'm just gonna be very prudent with all that on the channel. Oh, was it Sick Diggity? You had to ask the captain if you want the link to the chat. So we gotta wait for him to get back up here. If you want the link to the chat
yeah,
to the panel,
yeah,
yeah. We've Google's been on to take your shit down because of anything super sensitive campaign. So we got to get more prudent
yeah.
with our platforms.
That's the reason they're doing that. They don't want no backlash. I
Yep.
mean, it ain't gonna blow over, but it takes time. They're trying to reset everything. I mean,
Yeah.
you can say what you want, but you gotta be fair with the opposite sex. They wanted like I
Hmm.
already know who's in the president office. Like Democrats, they're full of shit. They allowed that shit going on. But if it was Trump, they'll try to take this whole shit down. What I've noticed when he was president, and I tell people the difference was I think he was trying to have that rise. That's why these
Hmm.
niggas survive so long. But they've been wanting to do this. I mean, it ain't obvious. I mean, who cares? I mean, you're wasting your time. You just create more on other websites. So it's bad enough Google's losing a lot of shit, but they're trying to get their bearings. I get what they're doing because they don't want nobody excluded and and everybody's got their own little. I ain't gonna say safe space. I sound like them now. I don't think
Oh,
it's a safe space.
if they
They
want,
just don't want. They don't want no craziness.
yeah, what they want it to be. They I was watching that video with Kevin, um, the lead attorney, and Lapeef.
Hmm.
And Kevin asked them, he asked, I guess he asked the Anthony dude a question.
Yeah.
And he asked him about the link to the chat. And he said something, and Kevin was like, no, 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 no. Was the link to the panel placed in the chat or something like that? And he was like, oh, yeah. He was like, then it's your fault that this happened, right? It's your
Yeah.
fault. And he said, y'all don't look at you said black people look at YouTube as a social space and a hangout where YouTube is a place, it's a money making machine. And y'all don't realize that and and the reason why you're in the situation that you're in because you don't treat it like that. And that's how you should treat it. It's like if you want a place to hang out, make a Facebook group.
Yeah.
He said Instagram is the same thing to a certain degree, but YouTube has always been on it. He said from day one.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's to you, Nadia.
I
Salute.
think Discord is kind of like the best hangout. I don't like Facebook or neither one. They're trying to copy YouTube and it ain't gonna work because YouTube's laughing right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Discord
YouTube.
is
Yeah, yeah,
Discord is for you to actually have your social week and your
yeah,
offline conversations and your
yeah.
meetings and things.
If
That's
you
where
wanna
your
if you wanna hang out, yeah.
yeah. If you want to hang out as a social space, you
Because
know,
I can tell the options you have on there, the phone call, the chats.
the screen
I was thinking
sharing.
about screen sharing, all that shit.
Yeah, you can actually go live and actually
And
route your
Twitter's another good
business.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah, Twitter's
Twitter's
another good
another
one.
one, but it's with people. Um, what people what people need to understand and do is, I mean, if you can take it a little bit more seriously. Like I know,
Yeah.
that people is doing this. Hold on. I always say damage people, traumatize people, dysfunctional people bring nothing but dysfunctional people. Charles F. Fucker. Yeah, that's true. So, okay, we know this. The manosphere is turned into a space of trauma bonding.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, but you know what I mean. But I think for this is just me speaking this. And shout out to Nadia for bringing up the thing about the YouTube shorts, because I mean, I did a couple of them. And she brought it up. What I'm saying, about doing YouTube shorts for just extra content. Kind of like the Instagram stories. And what's the other one? And TikTok, but it stays there. You know what I mean? It's something that people can get a little snippet of something that you have to say. Um, my, what I mean,
Hmm.
I'm like, what I mean, we have to look at this as something where, like you said, sir, that you was talking about this before the year ended, and you kept saying it, evergreen content.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what they look for. If you do
evergreen.
make a brand, I would love to see they separate who's trying to be a part of it. And if Google makes some little range of system, I think they should get rid of the flag. When they're abusing the copyright system, let them
Yeah.
hit you. And it's better to screen because they don't need it. Because Twitter, one thing I respect about Twitter, and this is why I don't care for YouTube like that. Twitter is a lot smarter than this sorry site and Google, because they take your shit down just without notice, and they'll send you a message like, "Look, you can't have this on here. We're gonna get you up out of here." Twitter is more. They allow certain things, but it's a little strict on other things. As long as you ain't going against the actual person or group of people, you're good. Twitter is probably, to me, it's harmless. I mean, it's not a bad site. If you want real social shit and you want to be wild, go to Twitter, man. Like, that's where it is, or Discord. Those are the twos to be popping. Um, Facebook, not so much. They trying to be like YouTube, and I know what they're trying to do with the podcast and the stream. That ain't gonna be easy because a lot of Google, YouTube is trying to compete with you. That if I was Mark Zuckerberg, quit talking about metaverse. Just put the small goggles instead of those damn visors, because that traffic and shit that he's gonna throw them
Hmm.
under the bus, and he's escaping that. That's gonna come back to bite him. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care who you are. You cannot have that and expect people to like you over time. Because people are gonna get tired of you after a while. I mean, Facebook's been around for a while. There's other
Hmm.
people, but TikTok is booming. I mean, the younger generation love TikTok. Now
Yeah.
you can do wild shorts, but I don't think it's gonna take down YouTube. I disagree with that. No, what's gonna take down both of them is Google, because Google's a giant. The problem is Google wants to absorb everything like Microsoft. That ain't gonna happen because they need a lot of resources to do. And it's okay, you want to do this? Okay. You want to make money for your own self, your own brand, they can do that. They need to bring those groups back, because those groups, that's when you have the social, then playing your next content. And that way you won't have no issue. But that little circle shit, that's just to get your message out. YouTube is just like, it's both and it's everything. But the trick is your content has to be paramount. And then if you get deals, there you are. You can make another channel for your business or whatever. This one can be your interaction. And then when you go outside, that's your content. I noticed that about vlog streams and shorts. It
Hmm.
works. It
Yeah.
works.
Hmm.
And I can tell by the engagement. That right there I care about. That subscriber shit don't even matter, because if I ever do another one, have another computer, I won't have no issues with no content.
Hmm.
And you get the right settings on your camera and things like that. They're making cameras based off these damn podcast shit. I just saw a new microphone,
Hmm.
a condenser I saw on Best Buy called Insignia, but it's a polar pattern one. I'm scratching my head. I said, see, I kind of blame um I ain't gonna say COVID, the pandemic, but the after effects of it, that's part of it. But when you put it out in the real world, I mean, realistically, I would say this type of stuff you're looking at, because radio stations are down everywhere, so they need something online or offline, and you still got to use the internet and certain things. So that's the future. And I think Ask Nathaniel said the same thing. If I ain't gonna say they open it back up. I mean, they'll open up a certain business. I mean, yeah, it's a new normal, but it's gonna be different. It's gonna be the same, but the difference is, I think, is internet based. Kind of like you see in the self checkout line. That's the standard. Everything's gonna be paperless. That's the future. I don't see we're gonna be nah, that's bullshit. You lose money that way. You got to go out in the world and actually test the shit. The machines. My uncle told me this years ago. He said it's gonna happen. Somebody's got to control the fucking machines. Because you can't get it in your house. It's not business. You got to go outside and get a studio and get business. That's the secret. People don't understand that, because when I was in a dealership, now that's the future, because anything that's tech, it's in your face. It's not going to be inside. No, you got to go outside and actually produce it outside. And that's what people don't understand. They're going to find a way. That's the new normal. And you got to deal with that. You got to have extra gear and shit, but you don't need a whole lot. It's going to be, they're trying to compact it with USBs. USBs is standard. XLR is not. That's going to be outdated. You're going to have to use XLR for certain reasons. They'll make them away like those port interfaces, like the P-Track. And that's why I told Third, get that instead of that little podcast machine. That ain't shit. That's outdated. It's a good machine right now, but years later, ain't nobody going to use that. That's for people in the house and shit. That's for what I've noticed that. And I've noticed that when I be watching different podcast channels, they use it, but it's overrated. There's better shit out there. That's like, you can carry it in your pocket like a cell phone. And that's what people don't understand. The cell phone is competing with microphones. Kuda didn't want to believe that, but he don't understand the reason why there's USB mics that's connected to a cell phone, like Apple, for example. You connect the Yeti on it. When I was scratching my head, I said that makes sense then. Well, they need to do that to all condenser mics. For number one, Google's gonna find a way to compete with that. If you want to podcast, you can podcast this way. Instead of having a studio, you can have it by your bedroom, you can have it by outside and get attention. And people don't understand that's the way to go. That's the way to go, because if you do it on phone, if you do streaming on phone, you're gonna have to have like a little mini setup. You can't have no boom arms and shit like that. I just disagree with that, because boom arms ain't the future. It never will be, because that's stationary. That's shit that you can put in the studio. People are gonna get tired of looking at that. And I've noticed that with the subscribers, they said fuck it, because they get tired of that shit over time. They want something different. So yeah, audio matters. Yeah, they did study who's Facebook and found the people who are stuck when it comes to technology. They stuck with Facebook because they struggle with adapting to other media outlets. Exactly. But the problem with that is the trafficking charges are real. They ain't did shit. Never trust what they say. Mark Zuckerberg's gonna throw them under the bus, and he's gonna get all stock clean. I don't trust what the fuck he does. Fuck all of them, because they're just as bad as that guy on Twitter. He's decent. He screens people. This dude don't do shit. This is why Instagram gonna fall. He fucked that up. He gonna have to sell Instagram, because you don't want that as your business. He may not sell it, but I'm saying in the future, you don't want that shit affecting them, because if they use Facebook, think about it, like the trafficking, they don't want that headache. If I was him, I wouldn't sell it, but I keep it. But if he gets
he can't, because remember, Facebook is an IPO. And Mark Zuckerberg, he's the face of Facebook. He does. Remember, there's a board of directors. They can just bounce his ass off like Jeff Bezos. Have him sell his CEO and go sit in the corner somewhere. And that's what they're actually doing. That's why he's sitting in front of Congress. Give him a reason for him to roll.
You're fighting.
Yeah, but the people that actually have the trafficking charges is actually TikTok, because the girl that got snatched up on TikTok and got away, got snatched up, met the dude on TikTok. Remember that? Remember I did the
I remember that.
Yeah, TikTok has the biggest problem with the trafficking now, because the messages disappear. Facebook, there's always a thing that you can find and stuff like that. So basically what all of this is that YouTube had to come under subjection with the trafficking thing. Any new platform, there's always going to be that problem, because you got these pedo crazy guys out there, or these pedo
Yeah.
crazy people. So the problem
So what
is
do you
with
think about Copa? What do you think about Copa? Is
Copa.
that part of it?
Yes, Copa, because
Oh,
remember,
okay, okay.
so
Yeah.
remember before the Facebook thing, right? It was YouTube,
Hmm.
and remember they
Yeah.
did it on those kid channels. First, they tried to do a
Oh,
dot.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit.
Remember the kids used to do the toy thing, and we thought, well, why can't the kids do it?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, but it was the pedals on those kid channels that were selling the toys, but YouTube tried to make it out like the parents was out there just putting their kids out there to sell these toys, and they were targeting children. But what it really was is that they found that these pedos and these what they call them these guys, these sex offenders were actually in the chat sending each other's literally coded messages, right? On
yeah,
these kids platforms, because kids would be on there, and it was YouTube. Remember YouTube Kids? They had that, right?
yeah,
Okay. So they found out that was happening. Then anything that had to deal with any children or any minors, so even the family channels where people would do like I'm with my family, they would do those family fun things, right? The PG
yeah,
rated stuff and all of that. They turned off the comments first. So you couldn't comment no more. So how do these people get paid? Like, comment, subscribe. So YouTube lost a whole thing. So a lot of
yeah. They
those
lost. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
they lost ad revenue, they lost so much stuff because of that, and then they came out with the COPA laws. So if you say if your content is made for kids, you can't curse,
yeah.
you
The
can't do
press.
this,
Yeah, the press. Yes, or something like that.
but you
Yeah,
can't comment on certain things if it's made for kids, right? You can't comment on it
yeah,
at all. So then
yeah,
YouTube moved forward, right? And then they said, well, we'll just hold it out. So then what happens is then they went to Facebook with it, right? Those
yeah.
pedos moved to Facebook. Then Facebook had to crack down because it was the election, the thing with Trump, the Proud Boys. They had so much stuff
Yeah,
going.
that right there was the biggest distraction at the time. You're right, because
Yeah.
all this actually stems from Tumblr. If you want to get technical, that Tumblr shit. I had a
Mhm.
Tumblr account years ago, and the
Yeah.
Apple shit.
Tumblr.
I
Yep.
blame them for attacking the BBW community, and the pedos. They did what they did because
Yeah.
the kids and the minors was on there, and I blame the people from Tumblr didn't it. They was irresponsible. And this is why Apple did the right thing,
Yep.
bumping them. And I realized it's a combination. Like when you have weirdos, they've always been on internets for years. But what I've noticed, like
Dark
you said about the
web.
incel, yeah, the incel shit. When I saw that shit, and I knew it was bad, but I didn't think it was getting this bad. When I saw that on Tumblr years ago, this was like I believe 2018. Like I was about to move somewhere else because it was a bad time. This was in Trump time. I'll never get this. Around November, that's when they start cracking down. December, they kept blocking people, the porn stuff and all that stuff. You notice, even the ones that did the news and stuff, Tumblr, like if you share someone's shit,
Yeah.
they was cracking down hard. And the reason they did that, this is stem from them. Tumblr made it standard. YouTube saw it coming, and they was going, like you said, to cope, and it was coming because I knew when they saw what happened to Tumblr, and everybody kept talking about YouTube was next with the kids. I told you, anything with children, you're going to get attacked, period. But I blame the system of Google and a lot of that shit, and this is what happens when you don't put your kids on the what you call in the chopping block. And I don't agree having children on this shit. I wish they
Mhm.
just separate the two, but they can't because, like I said, mainstream media and internet is big, giant, big business. I gotta have kids on the display. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
remember when I was younger, in my teens, I started out YouTube at 19. I was almost full grown adult. I didn't start out like 11 years old and shit like that. Hell no, I didn't have YouTube. It didn't exist. It didn't exist. It was television. That was it. And then the internet, I didn't get on that to like MySpace. I was like 15.
Are
So I
you a
was at the
part?
right age. I was at the right ages to join this shit. And I succeeded that. But then I look at these kids now, like they getting it early. And like I think Kuda said, they're basically an adult. Technically, they're not an adult. This is bad parenting, bad leadership. And I blame companies allowing this shit. You should check the parent and the child, but they can't do that because you know how America is. Well, we got a big fear for everybody. And that's how COPA exists. And then, because of Tumblr, if you remember, Tumblr had that same problem. and that's the reason why they took it down. They attacked a certain group, and they did that. That was a political ploy. Trump's people and all them. But then Copa, same thing on his watch, and this is where before COVID. I knew this was happening. Trump didn't do anything about it. And this is why people hate FCC today. Well, you have to be fair. Google and YouTube has always been on chopping blocks like this. They get what they get, and they had to hold that L because they fucked around, and you had them on fucking YouTube for years. You know, the incels and all that. And I'm glad they're getting disposed right now, because last year they let it slide. This year they're not. They're trying to make up for Copa. That's what they're trying to do. And I've noticed that lately. Like before it, 19, it was a new thing. They didn't, people was panicking. I press no on all of my shit because it is an adult over, and there's a reason why you don't get flagged as much. Now, if you press yes, you're gone. They'll delete your shit. If it's toys, any little thing, these big channels, they up out of there, man.
Oh, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this right here. Right. This is Daryl Eves. Right.
Yeah.
Because people don't know that the main office of YouTube isn't in Silicon Valley. That's where the server's at. Actually in Utah. Right.
Yes, in Utah. Yeah.
So you see this right here? This is November 2019. Right. I have an in-depth discussion with Jeremy Johnson, YouTube, and my former attorney about FTC commissions, YouTube, COPA, and YouTube terms of service, everything you need to know to help unite creators to speak up. This thing that truly scares me is the ambiguity of the law. This is 2 years ago.
Yeah,
so this guy,
it's actually gonna be 3 years. Yeah.
This guy right here, this is the channel builder guy. Right, you see all of these different YouTube,
blacks.
These are all the different channels he's actually built and helped people to build over. So the reason I learned about this years ago, that this was coming down the pike, is that this dude built the channel. They were talking about how to help kids deal with school shooters and all of this.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
That channel got taken down, and he had to go to Utah and go talk to YouTube, and then he broke his attorney out because this started messing with his money. Because now he doesn't know how to help build people's channels, and they switched everything up on him. Look, he's talking about the FTC commissioners, right? This is federal. So they came down and told YouTube what they have to do. This was 2019. Now we in 2022. If they smite white YouTube or actual real YouTube, what they think they're going to do to y'all, it's just going to take them longer to get to y'all because they got to get them straight first. And this is the guy. I'm not going to play his video because, copyrights and all of that and all of that stuff, and fair use doesn't really work because this guy is like, this is his 8th channel that he's got, and this is the subscribers that he has, right?
That's his 8th channel. I'm not surprised, but see, that's why I try to, the music shit, like what's the name, Lyrical, that part right there. I tell people don't play it on my channel. The reason I don't want to promote it like that because it's not that much you can do. What's happened to Google and YouTube? It's not dying, but I don't see it long term. I mean, it's nice. I would say it's long term. It depends on what you're doing. But if the way they going with it, I understand they have always had problems. But yeah, they can snipe anybody. But they've always sniped black channels. They just don't do a large portion, like you said. Here's the thing. Now, mine, I've been sniped years ago. And they go after. They know who's who. They pick and choose. My issue with them is they're not going to do that long term because they're going to have to change up. Okay, who's the problem? Who's the terrorist? That's what they're looking at. And they're looking at who's the insurgents, and they have to screen you and shit. They got to make sure you real and all this other shit. And then the COPA thing, I'm glad they're doing it because now you're seeing who's who on here. See, what's going to happen, they're going to get rid of a lot of trolls. Yeah, I see those channels. Yeah.
Right now,
I've seen it before. I've seen it before.
Yeah. Well, see, if you notice something, right, here's the crazy part. These guys right here, I know
video influencers.
Okay, these video influencers. Then you got Think Media, right? Video influencers, Think Media. The white guy, he had the salt and pepper. Then he traded out. Then there's this guy that kind of looked Mexican, and then there's this white guy, right? You don't see the video influencers was the Asian guy and the white guy.
Yeah.
Then it changed to this Mexican looking guy with the glasses and this other guy,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
think me, okay, they're in Utah. The dude's channel started going down when he kept mentioning that he was doing these things for his church, right? Then
Ah.
then everybody realized that he slipped one day and said Utah, and everybody stopped messing with his channel because that's Mormon land.
Yeah.
Not a bad rep. Then everybody put one and one together. Okay, so this guy, right? Everything's in Utah, right? Okay, cool. The dude Reeves is in Utah. This is a Mormon, right? You
Mhm.
remember who runs Vegas? The Mormons.
Yeah.
YouTube ain't going nowhere because YouTube is ran by the Mormons.
Yeah. For now. Yeah.
Yeah, most of the Republican Party is boosted by what? The Southern, you know, I mean, you know,
Yeah. 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 See,
yeah. So they
if
ain't
you go
going
further
nowhere.
back, if you go further back before the Mormons, they've always had a race problem. But the funny thing is, I'm glad you mentioned the Mormons. There was some in the '80s that had the white robes. There was white people,
Um,
and then some, and they told me it's in Atlanta. This is years ago. This guy named Jeff told me that, and he
let
said,
me see. Let me see.
there was a black guy that was a Mormon years ago in the '80s, and they ran him out of Georgia. I do know that, and they moved to well, actually, they moved to Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he'll never sell it. The only way he's going to sell it, they force in because Democrats trying to break everything up. I know what they're trying to do.
yeah,
If they do crack down on Utah, no, it's over because I don't see it doing long term. Now it may do long term. What's going to save them is niggas. They want niggas to save them. That ain't gonna happen, because
yeah,
knowing us, if we keep voting Democrat in the politics, now YouTube won't even last or Google. If they keep this up, they gotta. If you want to be king of media, you know how those mainstream media giants, those CNN and all that shit, they trying to be that. But in Utah, that's a bad reputation, and nobody likes Utah, so that's not gonna be good. So, if I was
yeah.
dude, um, y'all got to
Mm,
relocate, man. Like I don't know what y'all got to do, but because when you told me about Japan, I said, man, they got a lot of media over there. But see,
yeah.
people don't understand. Like you
Wild
gotta
over
expand. Yeah, you gotta
there.
expand. They ain't selling it right now because I already know. Because short term,
Yeah,
they still right now. But in politics, oh, they ain't gonna make it. If I was them, if you run from Utah, don't even
yeah,
think about it because it's bad enough.
yeah.
California is being destroyed, and Utah is not the place I wouldn't want to live. I'll visit, but I would never do business out
Ain't nothing
there. I
out
mean,
there.
I'm telling you, not out there,
Ain't
not
nothing
out
out
there,
there.
ain't
So
nothing out there.
now you know this dude Roberto Blake, right? I used to watch this dude all the time before I came
Oh, I remember him. Yeah,
into into nigga YouTube. But anyway, I watched him, and I always used to watch Nick Neiman. Right, his brother. He's got a brother, and then they got a studio in Thailand. So his brother does all of the mobile stuff, and he does all of the computer stuff. Right, how to use what is it, OBS, right? How do you
yeah,
stream labs OBS? Now he's like the stream yards. Like you see this guy doing that stream yards commercial. That's the ad that when you be doing your shit. Like, you know what I mean? You be on YouTube watching something. He's a StreamYards guy now, right? He used to push TubeBuddy all the time, right? So this guy right here, right? Now the thing is Roberto Blake had 1 million subs. Now the subs is half, right? Nick Neiman just got up here. I used to watch this dude is from I think this dude is from Australia. I'm not sure, right? He does this thing. Now, this dude that built all these channels, you see all of these right here? Why do you got channels that are below 300,000 subscribers on great channels to check out? Right? This is the channel builder guy. This is how he made his bones. Look, he's got Nick Neiman in there. You see all of this, right? But look at these views. YouTube is literally, basically. Oh, damn! I didn't know you
yeah,
was dropping
yeah,
off.
yeah, yeah. There's something wrong with my computer. Yeah,
Like YouTube
internet.
is literally messing up his stuff.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? Basically suppressing him because he actually gives out the knowledge on what you're supposed to do to get your channels popping.
yeah,
They're literally ghost banning this dude,
yeah,
right? And this dude drops knowledge. Remember, he's got an attorney. He's the YouTube guru.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So why is this happening? Because he keep changing up the algorithm, right? Look at this. Look at how clean this look. This
Mm-hmm.
is a month ago. He's sharing this on his channel with 600 subs, and he's only getting 80 views.
Damn.
Look at this. I want y'all to see this, right? See this right here. Look at this. Right? 3 months ago. This is unheard of with a guy that, so if you come through and you look at this dude's channel and he's talking about helping you build your channel and he's got 600,000 subs and you look at the channels and he's talking about help building and he can't get them no viewership, are you gonna watch this dude?
Yeah.
And this is a podcast. Are you gonna like listen to anything this dude has to say? You're not, because you're looking at views, you're looking at like here's the white guy. This is the Asian guy, right? That he was on Think Media. Remember? Oh no, this is Zach King. My bad. This is Zach King. Remember this dude used to have those little shorts on Vimeo? We used to do those special effects with Final Cut and all of that stuff. If you was in video editing, you would know this guy, right? He used to do those things that used to be on Facebook when he would throw something into the wall and he would throw something into the wall.
Yeah.
Like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All my internet's kind of fixed now. Yeah, because I lagged out a little bit. I was on my phone on my other
Who's
shit.
that? Hold on. Who you talking
Email him. He's a dick.
about? I followed for him for so long. He was at 7,000 subs. Which one you talking about, Nadia? Hold on. What's his name? Which
Nadia,
one?
which one?
I played 13 seconds in the comment and told others to watch this full 12-minute video. You fucking struck me. Which guy you talking about? You talking about Zach, or you talking about the which guy you talking about now, Nadia? Where's the captain? The captain needs the ship is crashing.
Yeah, I mean, my internet lagged a little bit. It's something going on down here, but I don't think it's gonna be bad. I heard Kuda say it's gonna get bad on the night. I doubt it. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, 5G is not easy to set up. I tell people that. Did we talk about this last year about 5G, and you said it was that bad? Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna. And I kind of disagree what he said on that stream. He took it down because it's a lot of fuckery on that karaoke. But I heard what he said on the tail end. I said, no,
Roberto Blake. Roberto Blake. Roberto Blake is a clown. Like he's a clown. Hey, Shar, how you doing? Hey, Shar.
Hey, Shar, what's going on?
Happy New Year, Shar. Roberto Blake is a clown. Like I don't even like he does a lot of talking in circles. He does he does a lot of talking in circles, but he doesn't give you no answers. Like he everything is.
He's kind of like Oblivion. Yeah.
What he does is he does this paid wall thing where these dudes at least give you the starter points, and then if you want to go deeper into
does he the members only?
No. What Roberto Blake does is this, right? He does all of this talking. Like before, he used to like literally talk to you, like give you like he would tell you the things that you needed to do. He'd say 5 steps, and then he'd move on, right? And his stuff was over. Then he started saying, "Well, yeah, these are the 5 steps." He'll get to step number 2 and say, "But if you want to know the rest of these steps, you can do my course, and the course is going to cost you. Just hit the link, blah, blah, blah." And then he'll start rattling off something like an infomercial, and then he'll shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'll get off. You know what I'm saying? These guys actually will this guy's actually help you. Like he teaches you how to read the algorithm. Like you know how you go through in your YouTube studio and you read your analytics.
Yeah. Analytics. Yeah, I know about that.
He actually teaches you this. Roberto Blake used to do that, then he stopped, and then he tried to charge you a class to do this, like charge you an online course for you to do the same thing on one of those sites like one of those sites that teach you how, one of those teaching sites that they have.
Yeah, I know about all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'd be like, "I'll give you a discount and all that." Like it was like an infomercial, man, like some crazy stuff like that. That was whatever. You know what I mean? Hold on.
Who's watching Red Supreme on my fucking audience
I
watching?
did too, Nadia. I did too. I just didn't like that stupidity stuff. Like I
That
understand you
motherfucking
need to make
bitch
money,
ass nigga. Y'all
but
watching that lame
let
nigga?
the cat
Oh, my
we
audience
got an
watches.
iceberg ahead. I
Yeah.
don't blame you, Nadia. Like that's why like certain YouTubers, like that's why I'm not showing this guy stuff. Like I don't know how he rolls or whatever, but I just show his channel and tell people go check it out on their own. I'm not like if you show someone's channel without playing a video, they can't hit you for jack. You just
Yeah.
show it the channel and telling people to go check them out, stuff
Yeah,
like
just
that.
don't play their video because then they have the automatic view, and I don't even show it at
Yeah,
all because
because a
they
lot of
have that's
times
like
it's
a set
YouTube
top.
doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of time there's YouTube doing that stuff. Like I mean,
Yeah.
depending on what time of year it is. When he was smaller, he'd talk to you. Yeah. When he was smaller, he'd talk to you. Now he won't talk to anyone. Yeah,
That
yeah.
happens. That happens. And the reason I try to tell you, that's why I say
Five
fuck
hundred
the ones
dollars,
on the
bro.
top.
Hold
Yeah,
on, five.
$500.
Hold on. His
Yeah.
course is $500. Listen,
Yeah.
$500. You can run Google AdSense and you can get 10,000 subs overnight for $500 minimum. You know what I'm saying? This is it.
Let me answer her question. Well, the reason they don't talk to you, like these guys that have millions of, I say fuck every last one. The ones I can tolerate is Albert Preach. They highlighted my comment on when I comment someone's shit. They the ones I can tolerate. Everybody else is just like what you call it thing. Like I understand everybody has their own little thing, and it just comes about that like and it's cool. It's cool. The ones acknowledge you got some that's decent, but the majority of them they ain't shit. And this is why I kind of like Marquise Brown. Now he does talk to his subscribers a
Yes.
little bit. If you ask questions, he's the only one, and it's a handful. And Albert Preach and a few others. And Soul Illuminati, he's another one that does the 2K thing. So they're decent. They read shit. They have enough sense. The ones that bring someone done pluck them in the ass. I hate to say that, but I had to be barbaric like that. I don't want. It's just that's just people. That's just people, and I kind of respect that because they can't handle the trolling or dealing with real people. You know how it is. But that's Google and YouTube. I mean, remember Google had that stupid ass Hangout. Now you do have the Hangout Messenger on the email. This guy named John I used to talk to years ago, but the streaming version, Google get what they get. So they realize, well, we need YouTube. Well, that's your base, like kind of like Instagram, like Facebook. But what's going to hurt Facebook if they keep on doing this dumb shit? Don't do what YouTube did. You want to compete with the giant. They're trying to make them big, and I think BGS says, well, yeah, it's going to be big, but the only drawback is those damn incels. You gotta reset society. Like, don't put shit out there if you don't want it. If you want to be clean. Make sure the kids are protected, but the man said, fuck it, I'm not protecting the kids. Fuck them kids. Remember they say that, all right. Yeah, keep on.
It's like this. It's like certain things are a part of the ecosystem. So
yeah.
Let me put it like this, right? Everybody wants a tree and everybody wants the tree to bear fruit, but you're not going to be able to pick every piece of fruit off of that tree.
Yeah.
And then the tree is going, and then the fruit's going to fall, right? When it's overripe, right? But it needs to decompose into the soil, right? But there's certain organisms that need to decompose the fruit into the soil, right? Which is like earthworms. You got gnats, you got flies, you got all of these different organisms. If you don't want flies, then and gnats and stuff like that, and earthworms, then the tree and the fruit can't exist. The problem is that when you have too many gnats, too many flies, too many worms, that means that there's a problem. And the problem is that when you letting everything just run amok, right? So you need a season where you can't, where the tree ain't bearing fruit every season.
Yeah.
Where there's a time where the fruit is, what I mean? So there has to be a balance. The problem with a lot of these platforms is it's an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Once it gets popping, it's an ecosystem, and people get smarter and they figure out how to circumvent things, and then there's new things and stuff, and what I mean, and all of this other stuff. The other.
All right, Captain. Yeah.
He's at the funky as well. Yo, what's going on, Shadow Games? You know what I'm saying? Happy New
Oh,
Year.
he's using that. We ain't talking about no damn fun. We talking about the
Funky.
ecosystem, people, and
What is
I've
that for
noticed
you?
yeah, I understand. That's a nice analogy, but I'm just saying, like, let's just be real. Like, people are gonna tend to do dumb shit. The trolling, the dark web, that's gonna exist. As long as here's the thing. If they do create they separate, I don't want to say at least will, if they do in the future, the Elon Musk and them fools in the world, I won't be surprised. But here's the problem. Like you said, the ecosystem, if you try to mirror what you had before, right? And they give us this shit, right? How the niggas gonna actually control? Niggas gonna run wild. So I understand why we can't um have our own shit. And I tell people the problem is you see how we act on YouTube, you see how we act on other
Yeah, it'd be
platforms. Like
crazy, man.
it'd be crazy. But if we did have that power, if the ones with sense, well, you gotta regulate shit. But see,
Yeah,
here's the problem with most people. I hate regulation. Well, motherfucker, you can't act berserk. Think about it. Those insurgents that y'all talk about, yeah, they're part of the ecosystem. You're always going to
yeah,
have I hate to say criminals, what Charles always said. That's true. You're going to have problems. That's just a part of society. And it took me to realize that on YouTube years ago. I'm like, yeah, you're gonna have problems. I don't care who's in office. If you want to
fact.
make that change, you got to do it yourself. And it's just gonna come. See, look what the villain sphere did to the manosphere. They use our talking points, the influence.
Uh-huh.
That's power. That's a small scale. Imagine if there was an idea. It's just one idea, and then you're good. But see that other shit, if they try to separate, that's on them. But they're gonna realize somebody's got to control the other side of the internet. So yeah, if you have two, it's still gonna be the same problem. Like I don't care who you are, you can have something new and let's okay, over here is safe. And they'll try to tell you it's safe, and I'm like, nah, no, it ain't.
Yeah.
They'll take your shit. They'll take your shit, and then they'll be like, so, I said, how does my shit be safe? He said, look here, you got to go here. Be like that guy you just throw. It's the same shit. And you know what? The number one problem of people, they don't
Yeah.
want to take accountability. They own their election. It never ends, man. It's just like they keep on doing it. The more you try to change it, denying it, you got to own up to it. And most people say, fuck it. I got to do
Yeah.
something about it. But yeah, man, just like any of these new platforms I've seen, like even TikTok, I never believed it was going to take that much notice. But yeah, they got to deal with the trafficking, bro. It's going to be really interesting what's going to happen. That's like, I just don't see them take over YouTube. When Kuda was saying that bullshit, and then guess what Bandrew said? That ain't happening. If they don't have videos like YouTube does, the longer videos, that's evergreen content right there. It's always going to be there, no matter what happens to you. People that's younger than you is gonna watch that. Say, oh, this nigga's making sense. You know what I'm saying? These streams, like I tell people, cherish your shit. Deleting shit won't solve nothing. It ain't deleted. I agree with him on that. That's true. But 9 out of 10, it's deleted for good on the server. But unless you are a hacker, they can take your shit and say, hey, here you go. Take the shit and run with it. But the younger people have to do that. See, what we're doing right now is giving out information. But yeah, it's a lot of things could be future. There's a site called Rumble. That's your standard of competing with YouTube, but in a political way. But what's hurting Rumble, they don't have the tools yet. YouTube has really no contest. What's gonna make them bigger is Google. As long as they have Google, they never gonna fall. That's just the truth, you know. If Google stays on its course, but Google's a giant. It's like Microsoft, for example. That's what Google's going through. They're going through that Microsoft effect. I got to be the giant, and that's why people hate tech companies. Well, you got to blame your politicians for that. They determine what's what. Oh, he's typing in the hideout. Yeah, liberty without order is chaos. Order without liberty is despotism. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, you got Wi-Fi problems, Captain? Yeah, that's happened to me before on stream when I did my shit. But mine's decent. It ain't the best. The only drawback this shit is just like, that's why I try and do a whole lot of much. We'll get out of this phase next month, guaranteed. But internet's gonna be the internet. But 5G it has to be systematic. I've been working on with a team of good brothers for the last 2 weeks, and we work together for the main goal. So we can work together. Oh, I get what he's saying. Yeah, I'm talking about bigger things than that. But that incellium problem, man, that's gonna be nuked in a matter of seconds. But that conversation, I'm not gonna talk about it as much more. I done beat it up. He said, "What do you expect from this space? Not a damn thing." And here we go with this bullshit. I hate when y'all say that shit. Y'all piss me off when y'all say that shit. That shit's dead, bro. Y'all gotta get off that shit. There's no space. The villain sector is the villain sector. I mean, we're a real sector. We deal with solutions over here. And the next thing you know, we just got to help people around. And that's just it. I mean, if y'all want to create a space, you can call it anything manosphere related or red pill shit. Red pill's actually doing shit, not just sitting on your ass complaining about hoes all day. That's not red pill. That's blue pill bullshit. Because red pill, you have to actually live by what the fuck you said. You know, that's my definition of red pill. Because the red pill originally, 1.0 days, you still got to dominate certain aspects of your life, but they deal with morality. That's the problem with red pill. Now, if you want to be black pill, you got to be on that scorched earth time, because most people are going to be who they are, and I learned to accept it. But I can't use the utilitarian term. I can't use that. That's too complicated. It's a repeat, because society loves utilitarianism, and I teach that on my channel because I try to say it wasn't black pill. I'm glad I changed my background on my streams when I get back on the 9th. Talk about something totally different on the 9th. It's the same stuff. It's gonna be a different spin. I'm just sick of the bullshit, to be honest with you, because I'm gonna pick and choose who's gonna come, and that's it. Yeah, because I got a lot of troll problems. Once I figure out people's emails, I'll come through. Yeah, because I stopped doing that. I'm gonna start doing that for Sunday Madness from now on. I can do that. I can control who comes on. He said since 2019. Yeah, it's probably dead before that. It wasn't 2019. It actually died when 2015. If you want to get technical, because when y'all talk about women, that's what killed it. I disagree with that. It's actually 2015. Y'all didn't realize it. Y'all didn't realize it. It was dead. Once you started using SWP's talking points, I lost respect for y'all niggas a long time ago. So I was part of a community with Hebrew Israelites, and we was mixed in with the manosphere. It's when MGTOW kind of killed it. I blame them, and a lot of people allow that shit to go on. That's why YouTube is not in its height. It died in 08 when they had monetization. It was something until they made it into a radio shit. When you look at news channels and radio stations, you got problems. I can't take people seriously if you're doing it for business and then they ripping you off at the same time. But that's going to change. I think the president that we got now, it's going to be a little different, because it's going to be like a little thing that you're going to transition to. But it's okay. I mean, if you do make money in donations, that's nice. Donations is good for me. I ain't trying to make money off this shit. It's not viable. Unless Google do something spectacular, that's a whole nother story. But they're going to have competition in the future, but they ain't going to have much because they're like Microsoft. So it's like, damn, they're always competing. That's a giant too. It's $1 billion industry. Yeah. Yeah. Blue pill whining. That's what pisses me off. Like, I hate relationship talks. That is not red pill. He's talking about baptism and Joker. Yeah. I did see the one with Owlman. I referenced BGS with that. That's a good analogy of the two. And the two sides, Batman, you're talking about utilitarianism, you're talking about Joker being a nihilist. Well, nihilism is king. Oh, they've been shadowing MGTOW content. Where you been? They've been shadow banning YouTube content for the past 2015. They've been shadow banning that. Like I said, it was doing it now. No, they been shadow banning that. I don't know where you been. They've been doing that since 2015. At first they didn't until they started flagging shit. Because y'all had power in 2012. That's the YouTube that I remember. See, I've been around this shit long, so I've seen shit what they've done. They just pick and choose who they want to delete. And if you do dumb shit, they're gonna get you. They don't care what you're doing. That's the problem with YouTube. You start doing things your own way, and it's okay to do a channel. You just got to make sure certain people get on and things like that. See, people so used to putting in the chat room and pinning it. He was trying to say it for now, but it's always been that way. Okay. He says it's a monopoly. Well, you always had a monopoly on YouTube. That's the problem. In Google, that's just what it is. Nah, it ain't. It's stupid. It's about money. You gotta have money to talk about that shit. My advice: don't do it at all. And it ain't got nothing to do with everyone. I agree with you, Nadia, right there. But it's bullshit. I wouldn't even waste my energy on it because number one, people are fucking broken. I mean, I laugh at it. I just like most men don't even talk about that shit unless you dealing with someone in your family and things like that. But if it's like a spouse or whatever, I wouldn't waste my energy. It's redundant. It got so stupid to the point I lost respect for most people. Like, you got to talk about something else. It's more in life than that. That's just a small problem. That ain't a big problem. They come and go. When in my 20s, I used to think like that, but I don't think like that now. I laugh at the shit. That's what killed it to me. Be honest with you, y'all got that's a personal problem that you got. That's a you problem. That's not a world problem. It's like it takes work. I think Saruan said it best. I agree with him. My parents said it takes work. See, I was in one years ago, and you don't see me complaining. I was done with that shit in 09. Been on this shit trail for years. It's a choice, man. And that's the problem with people's conversation palettes. They ain't got nothing to talk about. They ain't interested. I'm talking about different things. I told you what I was watching. I was watching 2 different YouTube videos. See what's going on in sports and things like that. But I'm not really complaining about shit. Females is the last fucking thing I'm talking about. I respect them, don't get me wrong. The ladies out there, the real ones, but these females that's broken, nah. I've dated a broken female before. I'm not going back to that shit. That shit you just avoid like a plague. But you got the sweet Nadia in here, her beautiful self, on this lovely morning. Everybody has their viewpoints, and I'm a fair dude. But you know what I mean? Yeah, it was a great analogy, Sig Diggy, aka Wolf. That's a great analogy. I love that shit. That's my favorite, by the way. It changes everything how I look at it. Yeah, that's the last one. That was about the worlds, the 2 worlds. That is better than the Joker. The Joker is cool, but morning Aries, morning EA. You know what it is. Because I normally, but you know what I'm saying? Like I will be back next Sunday, y'all. I'm gonna be talking about something totally different because I'm gonna be on fire. We're gonna be talking about some real shit. But yeah, man. I ain't gonna drop multiple links in the chat. I know I ain't gonna do that no more. Might have to do it. What Oni did, I started it, But the email shit would be nice. Yeah. I see what time it is, but Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, it must be way more, Nadia. I agree. I see it a lot. But you do have some that are good. I'm not one of these dudes where I say, "Oh, ain't no good women." Yeah, there is. There is. They have a. They don't act like this on the internet. And you can date them. It's no issue. It's just it ain't about no approach. They pick what they like. That's just what it is, and I'm not complaining about it. That's on them. I have no issue. That's why you don't hear me talk about it because it's irrelevant. That's just shit that happens. You just got to be responsible for your actions, how you produce. I don't talk about that all day because if you focus on it all day, something's wrong. There's something fucking wrong with you. You need to be on the fucking couch. And my issue with that is dudes ain't got no hobbies. I preach hobbies most of the time on my channel because it gets your mind off of things and then you don't have to worry about shit. Because most men, they don't really care about that. That's for women anyway. But dudes, they try to say relationship with them. No, it's not. Because we're not really winning that. If it was for us, it would be like we would, I mean, it is in a little bit, but then other percentage it's not. I've noticed that over time. Nah, it ain't for men technically. 'Cause women got that shit on lock. They know how to communicate and all that stuff. Most men don't even communicate. We so stone faced and shit like that. But you do have men communicate. That's cool. But I'm not gonna argue with no female for like 12 hours. You can cut that bullshit right now. That's why we got hobbies. You know, most men do shit. And that's our problem. Um, it's good to communicate with your, if you're married, whatever, I've seen it all the time. Married couples are doing decent. Some of them doing bad, and you got some doing decent. But my parents, they still communicate. That's the secret. And you have to have a balance. So you can't just say, let's hate these little women's. And like, that's not masculine. That's not natural. See, your action says a lot. It's not what you say, it's your actions. Because the actions, it's just like she's a reflection of what you do, because you got women emulate you too if you pick the ones that you want. It took me a while for a minute. I said, yeah, not in no rush. Not in no rush. He said define broken women. Define broken women. Um, I will say the ones that got molested, traumatized, perpetual bullshit spilling on the internet. That's a broken woman. And I'm so fucking sick and tired of it on every platform I've seen, from Twitter to Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. It's pathetic. The men do the same shit. It's feminine. It's not masculine. That's my hashtag. It's not masculine. I will always say that. I crack people's armor. That's what I do. I don't give a fuck. I'm a villain. There's a reason why I don't want to be liked. Fuck everybody else. You got to be on that type of time because it's not about everybody's feelings. Sometimes you got to pull their cards. Fuck them. I lost respect for most people. I used to like them and this and that. Fuck them. I treat them what it is. Yeah. That gets on my nerves, Nadia. That shit is annoying. You get tired of that bullshit. I get so irritated with dumb people, man. I have patience for a lot of shit, but I don't have patience for bullshit. I can't speak negative 4-syllable people. I can't speak for 3-syllabic people. I just walk away like I ain't got time for that. I used to do that on my job because most people ain't shit. They're gonna do dumb shit. Yeah, I like conversations where there's an understanding, educating is actually helping between men and women, but not that exactly. See that right there. You can have I'll tell you a secret. You can have a conversation with females. You just gotta learn how to calm yourself. If y'all have the same type of hobby ideas, that's cool. Or something different. You learn something different from that person. That's good. And that's just what it is, Nadia, because that right there, you can have that discussion. I just don't want to be an asshole about it. Even in person, I ain't like that. It's just like you done seen so much here. It's always a place to travel to, but it's good to learn. But these platforms taught me you deal with all types of, I really enjoyed the comments we had with Dre on my platform. Dre's a breath of fresh air on platforms without overpowering or cussing folk out. I appreciate that. Oh, he's always good, Nanya. He's always Dre's cool. I mean, I'll probably do that on your platform. I ain't gonna use no foul language. I'm just gonna be considerate. I can do that. That's too easy. I don't have the patience for uncuffed women or emotional unraveled men. Exactly, I agree with that. It's a lot that on here, but now the sad thing is they're part of the ecosystem. They're always going to be um angst, but I have to agree with you. A lot of dudes, there's just they're broken men is worse than broken women because they're broken because they solve on one thing. They're one track minded, but you got a lot of them ain't seen life like that. A lot of them is what it is. That's why dereliction is a strong word for them. I know that too. It's a day-to-day fight, but you gotta understand you can't be stuck in it forever. And these dudes older than I am is disgusting. I hate generational supremacy talks. I hate all of that shit. That shit's dead to me. I lose respect for people like that. I don't care what color. It's retarded at this point. And the younger generation want to extinct you. I'm seeing shit for what it is in the future. The younger children is gonna get rid of you by force, whether you like it or not. They're not doing it right now, but they will, based off technology, force, guns, and you name it. Because you don't want chaos. So I'm glad they nipping this in the bud on Google, YouTube, because it's the future. They don't want no anarchy, because I'll discuss that probably next week, and we're gonna break down some of the systems that matter, because I'm seeing a pattern. People don't want the truth. What's going on, Alonzo? Salute, salute. But you got a lot of fucked up people around. But you got to stay calm, man. One thing I can say about people, you can do damage, things like that. What's that beeping outside? Like, beep. And they can't drive over the lick out there. Yeah, it's all hell grease. But you know, running the show classic times reminds me of the days of the third shift. I don't say no shift. Oops. I'm sorry. Do you understand me? Grace, go. You know. Yeah. Whatever. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying it for what it is. People call it, oh, she's scared. No, I don't entertain that mess, but you cannot get into me, come out of character. Yeah, Nadia, I try to do that, man. See, that comment right there, I co-sign that wholeheartedly. I try not to be an asshole on these panels. And it takes so much discipline. So much discipline. But see, I'm not a big argumentative person. I did that when I was younger, but the older I got, I said, I just want to put hands on you. I've always been that too. But last time I did that, I was like 20. That was a long time ago. I ain't like that now. I was terrible in my 20s. But I love the fact that it's difficult for the people, you know, especially on this. When I started this, like, I'll say 2 years ago, even though it was like, most people call 2020 last year, but it's actually 2 years ago now. I realized something. That's some crazy shit. And being a panelist ain't nothing. I used to cam up over at Wackies, and I think he private that shit. And that's how I started getting on panels. And I can't believe I'm doing this, doing streams too, and understanding the networking. And this is awesome. But you know, talking to y'all today, you know, yeah. Normally I be planning on doing content. But you know, I got time today. I don't need to do it. It's what 10:46 over here. I got time. I'll be on this shit. This shit don't bother me. And the reason it don't bother me, it's just you do you do yeah, classic voice. But you just do a lot of great things. But one thing I could say, coming from headsets to microphone, man, oh my God. Excellent. Excellent times, man. It's just like it's intriguing to doing content. Like it makes you want to do more and more and more. And I appreciate it, man. You can't stop, you know? I got my former standing mic with y'all. I had this thing since August. I'm gonna keep using it. I'm gonna keep using it. I probably use this on panels way more for the nighttime. Sometimes in the daytime I go on mute. I'm looking for another one so I can use the same stand, but I got ideas. But yeah, man, like it is what it is. A side address. So I love pre-records. I love pre-records. Pre-records taught me going back to my YouTube self. I love pre-records. And I can do many of those I can and get subscribers that way and just start talking. It's not fun. It's not easy, but it can be doable. But the vlog streams is what matters. People come in and start talking. And that's the thing. So, yeah, that's what you want. In so many words, I'm just like, that's what you're going to put into. So it is what it is. But yeah, I'm glad I did that pre-record about fair warning, court jester. I was on fire on that one. I start going off on dude, man. I was tight that day too. And my pre-records, man, it's profound. But the other pre-records I did in the past, that's a long term, man. Yeah, Sir of Great Skull, Vice Captain. And the petty advisor himself, Dr. Doom. Dre. It's exquisite and powerful. All hail, Great Skull. But yeah, I'm petty. I'm petty myself too. I admit that I'm petty. I'm proud of it. And I don't give a fuck. I wasn't always this petty when I was young. That's developed. When I got petty, that's something I developed in childhood, but I wasn't always like that. I was a rage kid myself. But I like what DS once said. Yeah, I was one of them kids too. I was a fool too. Oh shoot, my father was a little bit petty one time when he was younger, but his shit was refined. I'll say by in his 50s and 60s. In his 40s, he was like that too. But when he got to 50 and 60 years old, man, he was refined with his shit. I enjoy that shit. It could be any little thing. He just do it. Man, I'm good. I'm good over here, y'all. Because this thing to me is just like, it's worth watching. But the captain has got problems. We held the stream down over 11 hours one time. I'll tell you this quick story. We was talking about different conversations, builds, and shit like that. Which one? Jeez, of Adelphius is coming through in his power. Chat. I like what he said in the hideout. He said, is you and Mace helped me with my content? I said, yeah, I helped you. I was there, man. I was there when you didn't have that many people in the room. And 1G's, your channel is gonna be fine too. I'm gonna help you improve your shit. Get you support that you need. Fuck what these niggas think on the internet. See, this channel is gonna be for my little hobbies and shit that I talk about. If I do another channel, if I get another computer, I would love to start another account and start over. I'd be like, I'll add some content, have like a little changer or whatever, have a different name, and I'll do it that way. I'm thinking about it. And once I do it, I'm just gonna be on point with it. This one I'm just gonna use to just, panels, drop a few content there and there. This channel ain't going away. As long as I have control over it, I'll make sure. And I'm just like, yeah, the villains is gonna do their thing. So yeah, man. So yeah, man. Your vice captain is doing it, man. But see, hey, man, y'all gonna see some different things coming on next week. And I gotta bring back the embracing being an independent thinker. I gotta bring that back next week, next Monday. It's gonna be back to back. I'm gonna do that stream and then I'm gonna do that. That one's gonna be an interesting stream. It's for certain individuals. I'm not gonna have a full panel. I'm gonna have a small panel. In case y'all gonna be warned. Open discussions will be Sunday Madness. I would say the Thursday streams and the Sunday streams. That's what I'm gonna do. Wednesday streams. The reason I did it, that's just a discussion, and I'll send people the link, whatever, if they want to discuss that or whatever. I might send that to ruling when it comes to politics and things like that. If Mike wants to discuss, I'll drop it and just pin it. I'll do that. But after that, I'm just gonna stick with my historical shit and review it, because I can do that by myself for 3 hours, and you get a lot of viewage. But again, that's what my content's gonna be. But the Sundays, we can talk different things and various things we talk about. So yeah. So that's the thing, embrace being an independent thinker. Think outside the box. Quit thinking about the dumb shit, and I'll stick with it and have minds like that. And then we're gonna talk about it, because Wednesday I'll talk about anarchy. I have to get some studies in, but the next Sunday Madness, oh, it's gonna be awesome. Bring on the madness. Now everybody's gonna hit the link right away, but I'll open it up probably the hour. I have my standard, but I ain't gonna allow no trolls up. No, I'm gonna bounce their ass off. I know what to do now. It's a trick, but as soon as if people want to email, I start doing it that way. Do it the Art of New Style way. Can do that, and I'm looking at my adjustments of this channel. But if in the future, if I create another one, it ain't gonna be in the chat no more. I'm thinking about that too. I'm taking ideas, and I said, Rashawn, you can do these because you got the channel for it. So, yeah. See, my shit can be for after streams. I can use this channel for my after streams. If you want to discuss, it's gonna be short and sweet, not long. And because if you have enough content, it's no need. So I can be a panelist on this channel because I've noticed that the pattern, things like that. But I know how to run a stream and things like that. I told you I've done 12 hours before on my shit. Did 10 and 11 hours. This is nothing. This is like midday right now. It's morning, 10:54. We're still here. So yeah. It's just what it is. But yeah. Yeah. Well, I can say this. That's what you're gonna see next week when I come back. I'm gonna come out with a bang and do things like that, and then I'll schedule and make sure if they clean in the channel. They said they're gonna hit everybody. They ain't hitting everybody just yet. But I heard a little birdie tell me about mainstream manosphere, which I'll call the white manosphere. I call them mainstream manosphere. They trying to be on TV. They're not lasting too long. They're trying to clean it up. Since they're based in Utah and in Mormon country, well, that's going to be political. Try to get that moved. Knowing the other side, they try to kill that Alex Jones influence. And they try to kill that. Sinus is acting up in the ear. It's gonna be cold tonight over here in Georgia. So winter is finally here. We had like a flu-like weather for the last after Christmas and during Christmas. It got warmed over here. Captain still got problems. Let me read some of these comments. My mindset started changing in my mid-20s thanks to a quote from Count Christo Alexandre Dumas. The greatest revenge is to live well. Yeah, true. That's the thing. And that's a great advice. The funny thing is, I have that mindset as well. And that changed in I would say my late 20s. My mid-20s, I was trying to transition when I had the job and things like that. So one of the things is I've noticed in so many offers, know how to deal with people. And I think the reason I was a good panelist 2 years ago, I'll say 2020, is because I understand the format of conversation of people, even confrontation. I gotten good with that. At first, I wasn't always like that. It was always hands up, slap box, and knock his brains to the wall. Shit. I was on that type of time. I was stupid back then in my own dereliction. But I've noticed over time I got better with it. Because the older you get, you just be refined, you know. But when Saru told me that story, man, his boys do it. I don't blame him. I'll be the same fucking way. And I get it, you know. And then when I realize how pathetic these newer spaces are, you just mock them. That's when I become refined trolling. I used to troll the shit out of people in my 20s. But in my 30s, I kind of been refined with it. And I've gotten so good. Oh, imagine me when I'm 40. I'm going to be worse. Y'all think 20-year-old me is bad. 40-year-old is going to be a lot worse. I'll reminisce a lot of shit if I'm on this platform. And I will be. If I have another channel, it's going to be a lot better than this. This one right here, I'm going to keep. This is a keeper. As long as you have the same information in the computer, you'll be all right. It ain't that much. And you just stick with it. Yeah. As long as you get your uses out of it, you're good. But yeah. He said browser settings. Okay. Yeah. Let me go on mute for a minute. Yeah. Oh shit. I had a gain too loud. Yeah, you heard a little background. Woo. Yeah. Block all that sounds. Yeah, I forgot I'm on the condenser. If I was on dynamic, y'all be tripping like, hey, no sound. Yeah. I can switch the mic right now. But but I chose not to. I'm not gonna do that. Your browser settings. Yeah, the captain is doing his thing, his due diligence. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, do content. Yeah, Tim Dan by then, yeah. Trojitsu, yeah. Trojitsu, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mastered that shit. I have different ways of doing it now. But yeah, man, like a lot of times you do content. I want to reference what he said the other day, yesterday on Saturday. My dude, yeah, you told me to do content, but dude, I've been doing content. You just got me out of retirement to roast certain niggas, man. That's it. But you didn't teach me much. No, I was here before you, and I was be here after you. So defending that nigga, it's gonna be a price on your head. I'm not saying you, but nigga, somebody's gonna check you one day, and you be like, all right. I know people call him Prince. No, he gonna get checked because a guy with a lot of mouth always get killed. They never win. I seen this shit on YouTube for years, and you niggas ain't built like that. That's why a lot of y'all get your heads blown away. This is why people don't fuck with y'all. Y'all gotta stop that bullshit. You niggas are soft. I ain't like his comment yesterday saying that you didn't help nobody. You just helped a handful of dudes. The problem with you is you let yes men control your platform. It's no shot at you, but no disrespect, bruh. You got a lot of beast after motherfuckers and trolls fucking up your shit. And that's why you ain't going nowhere. We helped you get 2,000, my nigga. Just stay out of it. Just stay out of it and just chill. Okay, cool. Advisors on business call. Cool. Like I said, you can't go around and just think about and say a lot of dumb shit. And I know you have a nice platform, but if I was you, I told you to go to podcast. We all told you to go to podcast, and then you let this clown court jester ruin your platform. And that's why you're taking your videos down. See, I'm not that nigga. I'm not gonna allow that on my platform. Because by coming next week, I'm gonna allow who's gonna be on or not. I have that choice. Take your ass in the chat. If you ain't got nothing interesting to say, I'm gonna destroy you. Ain't got time for that. And I'm just like, I saw what he said, and he took the video down because I don't think y'all know who I'm talking about, but this infamous DJ that we got, so-called in the space, they say, right? He's just like, he has these tropes I disagree with. I kind of co-sign some of them, and then I just disagree. I'm like, dude, you're no better than anybody else. Like, you still struggle with the fact that motherfuckers just want to just ruin shit. Don't ruin shit for nobody. Because the problem is, like, what y'all have is y'all worry about the wrong shit. Like, you don't know the situation. I recommend you watch the Advisors channel. You know who I'm talking about. And you saw that situation when that whole ass court jester that you got over there. The reason he's a problem on your shit, you'll never grow with him. I'll tell you that right now. This is why 3 Syllables, aka MOT, was mad at you. It was him. He wasn't mad at because of Mal Manor Man, aka Anger Man. He wasn't mad at because of that. No. That's cap. That's cap. I know what he was mad about, and I watched your old content. He was mad at Court Jester. Court Jester didn't have a channel. But once he had a channel, I'm so lost straight, but I'm laying low. His voice. And yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I always had a little bass naughty. It elevates when I get serious. But when you got niggas claiming the court jester, he's been a thorn in your side. Like, I see your problem. And that's cool if you're cool with him. You know, it's no hate, but I'm just not going to fuck with him on the panel. Now, someone put a battery in his back. I already know who did it. I already know who instigate the shit that knew where we were. It can't be him and it can't be NT. I'm going to discuss this in the future. I'm going to probably discuss it off air with the villains about it. I already know who it is, and I'm not going to air him out because it got to be him because they promoted him on that little wherever show that is. I ain't gonna say the P word, but it was good until my man DS1 gave Grinch that work. You know what I mean? Because I already know why Ronan and DS1 be in our chats, trying to rush dudes off of here. I see the ploy. I'm gonna. It's a small discussion off air. I'm not gonna have it on there because that's something we're gonna resolve in the future. We're gonna be all right. But the thing is about it, like when you got dudes promoting prophecies and tropes, shit. What did I say to Dre in a message? I ain't gonna tell what we was talking about. I'm gonna use his keywords. And this is gonna be a future Thursday Thrills topic on the 15th. And I get tired of this shit all the time. Might do a Sunday Madness. Yeah, Sunday Madness. I'm gonna do that next Sunday. Yeah, because I'm so sick and tired of these goddamn tropes. They're so fucking annoying, and I gotta scroll what I said to him in the message because I gotta. It's certain shit that I didn't like. Okay, here we go. Propaganda, prophecies, tropes. I call it PPT. Fuck PPT. I'll tell you why I say this. Propaganda, prophecy, tropes. When you talk about shit that's always gonna get bad, the internet's gonna be it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. The internet is going to be what it is. 5G is not the best thing because America wants to control the internet, and especially corporations and things like that. China is dealing with it. They can't sell it. We control the shit. We got a military industrial complex, control all that shit. Anything that comes, it comes through them. So I already know about the tech industry and things like that. So I read articles, what they move and things like that. This is why Google is so huge, because they're backed by certain people. You can't get mad at Google. Can't get mad at everything. So you just gotta deal with it. The sites like mainstream media right now. It's here. The giants is here. It's like ESPN. It's like all the stations you go by. You can't go anywhere else. So the only one is alternative, I hate to say, is Rumble. And I'm gonna try to invest into that. Probably on this computer with this same name account. And then I'm gonna have another computer with a different account on YouTube and see what I can do from there. See, you gotta have something. Yeah, visuals and things like that. I got goals to build a studio if I wanted to, but this one right here, I'm gonna keep this account for a while. It ain't going nowhere. I'm just gonna be low key and be me and just move around a little bit. As long as I have the cell phone in my hand, that's power. You do a lot of shit, but it's called propaganda and prophecy tropes. I don't like it, and it's because when people make prophecies and tropes, they do not come true. I hate when people call them prophets and shit. That's very disrespectful. I always got a question for that shit. It's so fucking annoying. I don't like that shit, and I'm gonna talk about it. And that's a subject matter. I gotta talk about it, and I might talk about it this Sunday. I'm not gonna put it in the title or anything. I'm just gonna write it down and be like, look, I'm so sick of this shit. We gotta stop talking about that shit. It's so fucking annoying. Like, if you're gonna make it and come true and then it comes out false, come on, man. Like, I don't buy that bullshit. It's not true. It's not true. I don't care who's in media. It's bullshit. The only way you're gonna see an internet destruction, it has to be like a 6G or some shit. 5G is not a problem. 5G is just a ripoff of 4G. I already noticed the difference because 4G is not going anywhere. You still gotta upgrade to another phone and things like that. But phones don't matter. You can keep the same phone. Like 5G ain't everything because most computers ain't on 5G. You gotta really look at the big picture. I hate when people making prophecy tropes. And I call them propaganda prophecy tropes. Most people will create propaganda every day, and YouTube tries to cut it down. As long as it's mild, you're good. But as long as it ain't extreme, you're all right. But I'm so sick and tired of people's tropes. That's one of the biggest things I hate about a content creator and people that's spewing bullshit at the same time. I'm so sick of it. I done got to the point people done made me mad about that shit, and you get tired of listening to it, and you're enamored with that shit. Don't try to argue with that person. Let him hang himself. You got stupid motherfuckers like Court Jester ruining platforms, and he ain't got no fucking content talking about hoes all day and screaming, cha, cha, chill. Modern day YouTube and society. Fuck every last one of them. I want him out of my ecosystem. I want somebody that's decent in the ecosystem, not clowns like that. He needs to be extinct. You're a bygone age. We need somebody that has some decency. That player game shit is dead, bro. After 9/11, cut the bullshit. Just be productive. Because society wants the average and above average band. They do not want that shit. I'm so tired of that shit. It's just propaganda and tropes. We got to stop talking about, yeah, what's going on. And the propaganda and tropes and screaming, oh, this is going to fall. It's bullshit. You know what that sounds like? Defeatism. Defeatism. When I heard that the other day, he took that shit down. You know who I'm talking about. That shit is so fucking annoying. And I'm looking at your audience. You got trolls. You got beef sector, former rejects from the conscious community. And you barely get 1,000. I'm sorry. This
Yeah.
is why my man Ramil said it best. If you ain't producing, get out of here. He gets 1,000 real easy with 500 people. And I tell people the reason he was so talented, and him in Ty City, is they say real shit. They put people in pictures in their videos. I'm gonna tell you a secret how to get those views. If you put a celebrity in your shit, right, and you have permission, say fair use, whatever, written in your shit before you play it, they go fuck with your channel. And I've noticed that I'm not that type of person put people's faces on my shit. It helps. It helps when you do that, because if you want to get bigger like those guys, you gotta add pictures, and it matters. I don't know what it is about YouTube. They co-sign. They say, hey, put a celebrity in your shit, and next thing you know, shit grows. But I don't think he understands that. Like, yeah, you have a nice setup, but my man, same old manosphere shit is dead, bro. It's a losing battle, and I laugh every time when he talks about it. It's just like, what's up with this propaganda prophecy tropes? I got to talk about that this Sunday. I mean, not
Yeah.
Sunday, but next Sunday, because I'm so sick and tired. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, because I've heard it from many content creators that have those tropes. Everybody's got their own tropes. That shit's not working. People are not looking at that. No. Because I look at mainstream YouTube. I look at the trends. The culprits trying to cleanse certain shit. I understand. Protect the children. Okay. You trying to be mainstream media. I see what they're going. That's mainstream media shit. They want you to protect the babies and shit. Don't talk about them. Don't touch them and shit. Because I already know where they're headed, and to find out that dude's based in Utah, oh, you finished. In politics, they're going to make sure you ain't going to be successful. I mean, yeah, you may own a piece of YouTube, but still, somebody's going to, they always want to move shit. The older I get, they'll probably move in the state where I'm currently live at now, and they better not put in no backwood in Georgia somewhere. I'm like, oh shit, no. Because I know Atlanta's going to be a tech hub in the future because everybody's coming here. I was like, yeah. But they ran the Mormons out. I told that story in the 80s. They ran their ass out, and I believe they ran them out all the way to Utah. Whew. It's just something, man. Like, it's just a repeat of what I've seen in certain old shit, 80s, 90s. I mean, I wasn't around the 80s, but 89, I would say. But the 90s, it's a repeat of the same shit. I'm not mad because that's part of the ecosystem. Look, any reset is a great reset. And I think this COVID thing is kind of like the AIDS thing. I think you said that, and I agree with that. At first, I didn't want to believe it. How many fucking shots? And I appreciate this shut this down. It's just for a little bit, all right, nigga. They're gonna get your ass outside and put tech in your hands, okay? You're gonna be on your phones. And if you want to do a small podcast, like I'm seeing a pattern. I saw that microphone the other day. I'm like, Best Buy, what you doing with mics? Creating your own mic like Amazon and shit. But see, that just shows you the power of not just YouTube, but the whole internet. What you say, social media, social network. It's just ridiculous at this point. But the young people co-sign it. And that TikTok is, I'm glad I ain't got it. I'm glad I ain't got TikTok, because I told, oh boy, I said, Cuda, man, I don't give a damn about that shit. I told him that last year. That shit is, that's my sister generation shit. That's them and down below. That's made for them. It's not made for guys my age and above. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. If you're 30 to on up on TikTok, yeah, he's back. If you're on,
I'm back.
what's going on, Captain? What's going on? Yeah, and 30 and up.
Woo.
Yeah, 30 and up. It's over for you. Don't do TikTok. It's a waste.
Don't do TikTok.
Go ahead, Captain.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on?
Let me get a cap in the front screen.
Man, I apologize, y'all. Like, I don't know what the hell happened, but we got it under control.
We got it under control, Captain. Yes, of great skull, Vice Captain.
I was about to have some gray hairs, man.
Don't do it, man. It's not even working.
I was about to say no, but
no, yeah, it ain't even working. Captain, that happens to me to the best. It happens to everybody. When I have internet problems, I just let y'all rock, and then I come in and just be on the way. But yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, hell, Gray Skull, the degenerate one, the Slayer. Yes. The Slayer of degenerate of pounds of Shardigan himself. The Slayer.
Yeah,
The
man.
God Slayer of
What
anime.
what I missed while I was away?
Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. It's just I
All
was
right.
talking about propaganda, prophecy tropes. That's gonna be a future stream
Oh yeah,
next
yeah.
Sunday. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna do a little roast,
Mm,
talk
mm,
my
mm, mm.
ish. And I'm sick of the bullshit talks. That's conversation is dead. And then, I gotta say, fuck TikTok. I said it. Fuck it. Stick to Twitter, and that's it. In Discord, you're good. Everything else, fuck them, because I don't see futures in them. I'm just gonna call it. Yeah, Google has got it. They're the new Microsoft. They're the standard. I'm learning how tech giants move. I read a lot of shit in articles. If I do get a new phone, it's gonna be a Pixel again. The last one I had, my dad gave me as a gift. It was a Pixel 3, and it died on me. I was using content on here on StreamYards 2 years ago, and it was cool. It was on the phone. See, I started on the cell phone, but once I had the computer that he lent me, the Chromebook, that's when I started thinking about doing content again. I said, next thing you know, but I didn't think microphones went with it. I said, oh shit, I should did this shit about 4 years ago, 2017, when it was on that type of time. Psh, I had different microphones, boy. I'd have been crazy.
Mm.
This shit, I should have done it in 2012. That's my problem. I didn't really invest it in YouTube like that. I mean, I did content just a hobby and just pre-records. It was natural, but this shit, it's worth it. It's worth it, man. It's worth it.
It's really it really is. But
Yeah, I'm
back
glad
to
I
the
came back
main.
last year. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
man. I was gonna say, advisor, back to the main wise we were talking about, man. Since I was
All the main
really,
topic. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, man. Like,
Oh, you had an excellent stream the other day, man. Like, ooh,
oh,
yesterday, last
thank
night,
you.
man.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
yeah,
That
yeah,
was
man.
success.
Yeah, that was actually a dope ass stream. Like, I really do appreciate everybody tuning in last night.
Yeah, I
Um,
remember those certain beats that was on the panels together, and man, awesome.
yeah, yeah, and how she, how she was just like she was just finding melodies to it. Like, even if she couldn't find like the right words, like she still like she still matched like the melody of like where the instrumentals were going and all. But hell yeah, man! Like, there's gonna be more to come, man. More to come. You know, my whole setting's gonna be arranged and all. You know,
Hmm.
so yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be dope. Mm.
Oh Lord. Okay. How you want to do it, Captain?
Go ahead. It's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
It's Sunday. Go ahead. Besides, I don't think nobody's going to be running up on here after we expelled them.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing it from now on. But yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Yeah, the main, yeah, yeah. Dre, Peerless Dad is woo. I'm still, I'm still reading it. I'm still reading it, man. But whoo man. Yeah, there will be more to come. Live beat sessions with mystery guests. You know what I mean? I don't want
Oh,
to.
she's called Mystery Guest. Cool, cool. I like that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, like I want to bring people in.
I was thinking about that too. You know.
Yeah, yeah, cause like what I mean. Like people want to tune in to see like okay, like who's coming. like
Yeah.
like who's coming to the stream or who's coming directly to his to that person's location. Like
Yeah.
it, you know,
Yeah. So yeah, we held it down. Oh, you moved the
Dang.
visor down?
Oh, I didn't even do. I didn't even arrange him.
Oh, he got the controls. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
That's
just in
cool.
case if any of us decided to take a break and one of us
Oh yeah,
co-host.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. I like that. I like that. I
Yeah,
was thinking about that. Yeah.
let's go to Wolf.
What wolf? This is a violator. I'm just being a clown right now.
The violator in the building. Oh, hail, Grace
Violators.
girl.
Uh,
Violator is here.
I just gotta add something to Skeletor here. No offense to nobody, but bro, stick to the classic voice. This Mark Hamill thing, I don't know. It's a little too daunting for your throat. You might fuck around and fuck your throat up. You know what I'm saying? We don't want you to lose your throat prematurely. We need you to get some a lot of oral and dental and throat insurance for your ass. You know what I'm saying? You don't need it,
I
especially down in
love
here.
power.
Oh yeah. Well, look who I'm talking to. Oh, by the way,
Love
Ghost,
power.
my bro just sends his best. Oh, if it ain't the petty officer, Dr. Von Doom.
Oh, yes, he is here. He is here.
The Doctor Doom advisor. The petty advisor
Chain
himself.
Hunt,
Probably
petty
somewhere getting
officer
some
on deck.
ice. He's probably somewhere getting some ice, but he will be back.
Yo, I mentioned this earlier in the chat to Sir O, but like yourself, when I was younger, I was a very enraged young man.
Mhm.
But then again, I've got my head issues, so so I had a hair trigger temper. But
Yeah.
I knew, but I kept it was hard to keep it in check, and every time you get angry, it's like holding in acid inside yourself.
Yeah.
What helped me change my mind was watching the movie The Count of Monte Cristo, and then finding out about that quote, "The greatest revenge is to live well." And I
Yeah.
realized I'm good because
Yeah.
right now, because a lot of fuck ups I had to deal with in my past, I'm pretty sure a lot of them have been fucked up in all kinds of ways, through human trafficking, probably had a kidney taken out, probably drowned in the Mediterranean, who knows.
Yeah.
So, and I don't feel bad. Oni, I'm African. You know about the whole human trafficking from Africa to Europe, right?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah.
Daughters
Yeah.
of the trade. Yeah. Yeah.
No, not daughters of the trade. I'm talking like modern day shit,
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I get
Yeah.
yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah. I
Yeah,
know.
no. Yeah. So I'm thinking, you know what? I'm glad. At least I didn't have to deal with so much shit like that. But I'm glad
Yeah,
I'm here
I
in a better place.
transitioned that shit in my late 20s once I had the job that I had for like the
Mm.
past the 2 years prior to the years before when I came back on YouTube. Like it taught me how to deal with people and learn how to communicate. And especially when I got on these panels, I think it was like 2 years ago to like 2020. That taught me a lot how to deal with people as well. And it brought me out more. I wasn't much of a talker like that, and I got used to it over time. And it helped. It helped. It helped me unleash what was inside me too. And then it kind of helped me a little bit. And even when I do the vlog streams, it's very therapeutic. Hell, I should have did some of that shit years ago. But at the time, I was focused on other things. When you're young, you focus on work a lot, and then there you are, and ain't got time for nobody. I
For
was one
me,
of
it
those
took
people. Yeah.
that shit didn't really come full circle until like what I turned 30, but that's when all my mental health issues really got out of control.
Yeah.
And then like
Right.
by 32 is like when I started to just come out of that dark tunnel. And it took it wasn't until a couple of years till I got my actual diagnosis. One thing a lot of people forget when it comes to mental health, you got to go through at least 2 or 3 doctors before you get an accurate the actual diagnosis. Because sometimes you got to get misdiagnosed with one thing or another.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you get pill pushers and whatnot, and I made it crystal clear I did not want to take any medication because last time I did,
Yeah.
ended up with a fat ass.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. I cut that shit off
I
at
ain't
23.
bullshitting. Yo, like them
I cut that shit. I cut
antidepressants.
that. I cut that antidepressants at 23 in 2011. I cut that shit off years ago.
What brand were you using?
Zerchaline. Yeah, it's a bad brand.
I took
Only time that affect me like 6 years and caused me to struck someone's jaw at the age of 20.
Oh.
Yeah, that affected me.
I
And
took
then it
Paxil
was
for a
like
couple
that.
years. I
Yeah.
took Paxil for a couple years. That's otherwise known as Zerxax up here in Europe.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
that Paxil, Paxil. It's the same shit that Ricky Williams was first taken when he got diagnosed with social anxiety.
Yeah.
And they thought I just had severe depression. They didn't realize it was a personality disorder. But I took that, and they probably suspect I might have been bipolar because they had me take an antipsychotic, and that shit fucked with my creativity because I was like kind of numb. But that numbness was kind of giving me a reprieve. The only problem was it fucked with my metabolism, and I ended up gaining like 40 pounds from the waist down.
Yikes.
So my jeans were like a snug. So you can understand me being like a fucking clown. My pants had a snug fit. It was like it's like an anorexic Ralphie May when you think about it.
Oh shit.
That's a thought for some people to think about.
Yikes. Yeah.
But yeah, but it is what it is. But once I got off that shit and I came here, like it took about 4-5 months to drop all that weight. You know, because once I got off it, you know, my metabolism came back, and you know, but the head issue is still there. But at least I had the tools I had to deal with it. But problem is like some of that shit leaves you with some like. There's the problem with like medication like that. Doctors don't. I mean, doctors don't talk about the long-term side effects because some of those people they have to be on it for long terms because the shit fucks with your metabolism. You become at a greater risk of developing obesity, type 2 diabetes, and all that shit. Which is why the natural remedies are better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But
absolutely.
but like I said, the Count of Monte Cristo, the greatest revenge is to live well.
Yeah.
But do you guys know the backstory about that book?
Oh, I only saw the movie. I didn't even know about the book.
The book was written in the 19th century by a gentleman named Alexandre Dumas. It's really important that you know this person because his father, who he lost at the age of 3, was the inspiration for that book.
Wow.
His father, Thomas Alexandre Dumas, was born in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, to a Caribbean black woman, to a Haitian black woman, and a French aristocrat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
What he went through, dealing with racism and shit, everything that inspired him because, his father was biracial, but he was passé noir, not passé blanc. So, and then when Napoleon became emperor, he put in, he reinstituted slavery, which was banned after the French Revolution. He put in anti-miscegenation laws, banning interracial marriage. And fortunately, the author himself, when he was born white, unlike his biracial father. His mother was just grateful that because she understood what would happen if they found out he was black at that time.
Right.
But he lost his father at 3, but his mother kept his memory alive by telling him his story about this man. Because Alexandre Dumas was a great general, quite the swordsman. Thomas Alexander Dumas was quite the man. And when Alexander became a man, after seeing his mother struggle because she had to raise him on her own, denied her late husband's military pension because Napoleon wanted to be a prick. But Alexander Dumas, when he came of age, just recollecting all those stories about his father's exploits, that was the inspiration for the Three Musketeers, the Count of Monte Cristo, and all that, because the part about him being the character Edmond Dantes being imprisoned, that was based on Dumas' father's imprisonment in Italy. Oh man, what the Italians did to him is they fed him poison, but it wasn't enough to kill him, but it was enough to break his body. He ended up having some damage, was blind in one eye, was a broken man when he came out.
Damn. Shit. What up,
And
Advisor? Welcome back.
oh, it's the petty advisor. How you doing? Oh, don't worry. The reason I'm just like a clown because I don't want to scare the kitties. You know what I'm saying?
Red eyes, yeah.
And don't expect me to do no balloon animals. I ain't that kind of clown. Hell, homie the clown's my cousin. That's right. I'm ghetto as hell.
From the other part.
Oh no, he's straight up ratchet. I'm just way out there. I'm just an uppity violator. Ever since I moved to the suburbs when I was like, what? A teenager? But anyway. So, Oni, hope you got your technical difficulties sorted out.
Yeah, we're fine. I'm fine over here. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, when are you gonna get that endorsement from Just for Men?
I don't know. I'm too hood for endorsements.
Too hood for endorsement? I'm like, come on, man. Just for Men, that'd be a great fit. I mean, but hey, don't be bugging out if you got gray hairs. I got three gray hairs of my own to deal with. It's like having kids.
Well, good thing is I didn't crack under pressure. so we got everything under control.
Well, that's cool. Anyway, how'd y'all spend your New Year's?
We pretty much spent it over here, you know. Having some good conversations and you know, tripping the hell out as usual.
Trippy, huh? I don't know. I had a blast. A friend of mine sent me a link. It was on his Instagram. Although I don't use the gram myself. Interesting story why I don't use Instagram is it was like when 2012, 2011, 2012, I think it was. Around that time, was it 2010, 2011, around that time, Facebook purchased Instagram.
Oh.
And around that time, they said, as part of they also said, like,
would you like to join your Facebook to your Instagram? I'm like, nah, fuck out of here.
What's even worse is at that time, I remember watching, it was on CNN Business Report. And they were talking about how part of the terms and conditions of what was that they would not recognize intellectual property. So anything you posted, they could use for whatever for advertisements, and you would not be compensated. Which is why I didn't want to deal with that shit.
I heard about that too.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't fuck with Instagram. But somebody sent me this clip from Instagram. It was funny as hell for me because what it was is they took the audio from Red and Matt's Verses. And they mashed it with this clip from Sudan. So I was watching a dude doing the Sudanese two-step.
Oh.
To Redman, How to Roll a Blunt.
Oh man, yo, you know what's funny? Cause I had a video of us I think in that same region in Sudan where this like robust man that like just hitting the two-step, right? And they were playing in the background. It was ASAP Ferg put in work. Like,
Was he dressed in that? Was he dressed in like the way the Sudanese are with a black vest and everything?
no, it was all he was like dressed in all white, and he
All
had the
white.
yeah, and he had a headband too. like dude was like going in, and it synced well with the song. I was like,
Hold on, let me find
hey,
that clips. Let me find that clip so we can try to see. I want y'all to see this. If you can put it on, if it's possible, put it on. Fair use, right?
fair use, fair use. Hold on, let me buy this shit.
Yeah, put up. If you have that clip, you find that if you have that clip you're talking, I put it up here so we can check it out. Okay, here's the clip I was talking about. Fair use. I put it in the back chat.
All right, hold up.
Hope it's fair use. We don't need to get no community strikes.
It's for educational purposes.
Oh man,
Here we go.
let's find it. Let's find it. Yeah, this one. There's a short.
Come on, check out a new type of gimmick which is flipping. Zip shit down with other shit. Let's see if you're down with this. It's about
He's just feeling it. He's just feeling it.
love that you carry more plus than out you pump. First of all, you get a fat bag of ism.
All right.
Local
All
store
right.
sells
Pause.
which is really
Yo,
You like that, huh? That's funny. That's some cool shit. No, he was. I could tell you what was going on because I grew up with that. I grew up around that kind of music. First of all, that dude is he's Sudanese, but the way they dance and shit, that's like from across the border from where I'm from. And the folks on our side of the border, they dress similar to that, but the length of it is a little bit short. It's like up to like just below the knee, because for practical use. In Sudan, they can wear it that long all the way down, but for us, some of us, we have to wear it a little bit shorter because it's just because of the environment we are in. So there's gonna be a lot of squatting, where you gotta walk up and down like certain hills and such. So you can't have you can't have like a jalaba that long. But one of my favorite clips is this. Somebody, what they did was they mashed up an old school Ethiopian song to a Soul Train clip.
Oh man.
It was I remember the actual clip. It was a clip of the Soul Train clip in particular. It was Stevie Wonder performing Superstition. But they somehow replaced the audio in sync with this clip of this one Ethiopian. Forgot his name. I forgot his name was, but he's really comedic with his music. He's like one of those. He's like there's a tradition of griots in Ethiopia, who are known when they perform their songs. They're known for like taking pot shots in everybody and getting away with it. Even the nobility were not immune from them, but they couldn't kill them because they're the people of the street. That's entertainment. They were like court jesters,
right?
So that style of music matched really well with that Soul Train clip. I don't know how they did it, but it was just amazing how they did that. I mean, I could find it if you want. If we can use fair usage.
You don't have it. I'm mad as shit. They only have this like 7-second clip. Like, hold up. Oh, I'm about to.
You mean the shorts?
Yeah, hold on. I'm about to find this joint right here. Hold up.
Yeah. This is educational stuff, folks.
This is educational, y'all. This is definitely educational.
And humor. Because when I saw that shit, I was like, all right.
Hold on. Wrong one.
I can do that two-step. I do that two-step a lot. Oh, wait a minute. That's Saudi. I think that's, wait a minute. That's Saudi.
That's it. Like, what the hell?
That's KSA. I know that shit.
Oh, that KSA.
No, KSA. That's Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi
okay.
Arabia.
Okay. Yeah. Man, that that shit. Yo, I wish I had the other clip where it was like a few more seconds longer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit was slapping.
Hang on, let me find that Ethiopian Soul Train.
Yes, please. I have to. Yes, please. I gotta see this. Educational purposes, y'all. Educational purposes. And shout out to DJ Kuda on the share. Shout out to DJ Kuda on the share. You know.
Yeah, I found it.
All right.
Let me just find the do you have any comments from that? Because I also found there was like somebody else had a clip where it was like African, they were like mashed Soul Train with African music.
Soul Train with that. Oh man, I gotta see this shit. I gotta see this.
Yeah, it's in the back.
All right. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
This is gonna be funny. Oh yeah, wow.
Oh shit! This shit sounds funky right now, man. Are y'all ready?
Makes
Y'all
you
ready?
want to dance.
Fair use.
Let's see. And that's Stevie in the
Hold on,
background, you can see.
Oh my god! Oh shit!
That's Stevie in the background. You see Stevie perform. The clip was of Stevie performing in Super Session. When
I'm back.
yo,
I had to
you
get
missing
dressed.
you're missing some clash of cultures right now, man.
What happened?
You got a mashup of cultures. I saw them an Instagram short, right?
Yeah.
Something called the Sudanese two-step. And now I'm showing him this. Now I'm showing him an Ethiopian Soul Train clip. Fair use.
Yo, fair use. Fair fucking use, man. But let me show you this.
Come on, check out a new type of gimmick, which is
Wait, hold on. I got shit.
If you listen to the original track, he was dancing to, you realize why he's feeling it like that. And that was an old head.
Wow.
He's an old head.
Which is this shit that was other shit. Let's see if you're down with this. It's about strictly trying to roll the blunt. Get that up you more without you pump. First of all, you get a baggism from uptown. Any local store sells the shit, friend. Purchase in Philly, not the city of Philly, silly punks.
Yeah, some dudes go bumping. It's like, hey, Khalil, what it?
Philly blunt, really just get don't have
hey, get out the way. Then he just said, get back and said, then use the fucking fingertips.
Fuck out the way.
Oh, wow.
Nigga.
He used a Kenny Burks beat. Wow. Yeah.
Huh?
That's nice. That's Kenny Burks. That's an old beat from the 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, but actually that's actually the beat is actually whatchamacall. It's Mary Jane Girls All Night Long.
Yeah, but Kenny Burks also used that beat too. I forget the name of the song. Yeah, he did.
That bass line, because I remember Redman sampled the hell out of that. Redman had used that sample for a bunch of songs.
It was Kenny Burks in the 80s, and I think he got it from somebody. But that beat was his because he used that song. I forget the name of the song, and I heard it on Vice City Stories when I was playing. I said, I didn't know who. That song right there.
That's the Mary Jane Girls. That was Rick James's group.
Yeah.
You didn't know the Mary Jane Girls? Come on, man.
Yeah, I know many girls, but there was a beat similar to that.
But I remember it was like Redman used that. He used he sampled that song for his song.
I didn't hear it. Yeah, it was. I was thinking about Kenny Burks. He had a similar beat to that. I forget the name of the song. Yeah, he had a similar sound. I was like, what the fuck? like,
Speaking
okay.
of similar styles, there are two songs I remember. Aretha Franklin, "Get It Right," and Luther Vandross's "For the Sweetness of Your Love." The way the bass is played on those tracks, very similar to each other.
Mm.
It was like that fast paced shit, like, and you got only person I think who could have played the bass like that without any problems would have been Louis Johnson from Brothers Johnson.
Yeah.
Because his nickname was Thunder Thumbs.
Ooh.
God rest his soul.
Yeah, R.I.P. R.I.P.
2016. Died in Vegas from.
Rest in peace.
I wonder what his older brother George is doing these days.
Oh, what's going on, K-Shine? Salute, man. Top of
Keep rising to the top by Jen Berg. All right, Jay Sean.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Kenny.
Kenny Berg. You meant to say Kenny Berg. Why say Jen Berg? Kenny Berg. Oh, by the way,
Jay Sean, go there. Come on, man.
Come on, dog. Come on, man.
I know. He gonna wait. Get over here. Come on. No. If he's gonna be shooting fire, he's gonna be shooting fire. You know, he's going to fire shots at me. Don't be hiding behind Denmark.
Oh shit!
Oh baby, I like it raw.
Oh,
yeah, baby, I like it raw. Oh baby, I like it raw.
Oh man.
Hey, that's my joint, motherfucker. Don't be fucking it up.
Had that on my flash.
I will do the intro of Mystery Chess Boxing. You try with me. Hey, you guys remember how we used to do how you got into?
Away. Oh man,
that's one of my joints right there.
Here I go, deep type flow. Jack Kusu could never get this flow. Cherry bomb and shit. Whoa, just warming up a little something. Rapping is what's happening. Keep the pockets stacking. Hands clapping at the party when I'm moving my body. Get up and big somebody.
Man, that's my shit right there. Cutting heads. I love cutting heads. Woo.
Do you guys remember Shame on a Nigga?
Yeah.
That was a good beat.
Oh yeah, that was a good beat. Yeah.
Protect Your Neck.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite.
All 9 of them won. Protect.
It was supposed to have massive killers, but, you know. Oh, Inspector Deck in the beginning. I like his verse.
Inspector Deck.
He killed it. Yeah, he killed it for me.
Inspector Deck.
Everybody else sounded great. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's, Nagas. Happy New Year's, Jay Shine.
Good night all.
Nagas.
The Nagas.
Stand up if you a Naga.
Only we have to say, do you understand me? Grace, go.
Hell yeah, it's Petty Sunday too.
Let me stop.
No, you ain't. No. Y'all not petty. No, you guys ain't petty. You're petty. That's all y'all motherfuckers. You just petty. Petty. Just like y'all remember what's his name? That dude from the Chappelle Show. Holla. Holla.
Money.
Motherfucker bought some pound cake.
OJ's.
Some motherfucker.
Oh, like we tried to holler at that chick. Hey, yo, can I holler? Can I holler at you? Let me holler. Yo, let me holler at you. Let me holler at you.
Let me holler.
Remember when he was on Black Bush, the press conference?
Oh, the Cradle.
Yeah, we just got. Hold on. Mr. President, are you sure?
Oh hell.
Yes, I'm sure, bitch. You don't believe I'm saying? Let me go. Let me talk to. Why don't you talk to the secretary? Whatchamacall? And then you see Monstef. Yeah. We just came back from vacation in Africa. Cradle fucker civilization.
Yeah.
We got some yellow cake right. Don't drop that shit.
No, careful, careful! Don't drop that shit. It's okay. I got it in this special CIA napkin right here. You can see. Pray to God you don't drop that shit.
Pray to God you don't drop that shit.
There's
Don't
nothing
drop
more than
the
lemon
shit.
cake and shit.
Darn the shit.
Motherfucker bought some yellow cake. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh man. I miss the Chappelle show, man.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, but understand why he walked away, man.
Of course,
Oh, I
man.
understand. He walked away.
Yeah, I definitely understood. I definitely understood.
I got like
What really,
different
for me,
sources
what
why he walked
really,
away.
yeah, but like when he was asked why did you walk away from $50 million, I said I didn't walk away from the money. I walked away from the circumstances around that money. But
Yeah. That too.
but understand, if you ever watched his interview on Inside the Actor Studio,
Yeah. I've seen a couple of
Yeah, I've
interviews on
seen
that.
that.
Even the
I
one
What
with the
he-
one in
it
DC.
was-
Yeah.
it was a great interview, but it was then he really remembered that piece of advice his father told him when he was 19.
Yeah.
Always name your price in the beginning.
Yeah.
And things
And it
get
was-
more expensive than the price you pay, than the price you want to pay. Get out.
I've seen that interview with the guy with the glasses. He interviewed him about that too. Yeah, I remember when that happened. Like it was yesterday. I saw it on YouTube. I said, well, damn.
That's when Bravo like was about film and art.
Yeah.
But now it's all about this.
Even though he's originally from what you call it, Youngstown, Ohio, even though he went to DC in his high school, so he's familiar with those areas. So yeah, Dave's doing
You mean
good.
Dr. Wolf? Richard Wolf?
No, not
Yeah,
him,
no,
but Dave Chappelle, where he's from.
Dave.
Yeah.
No,
he's doing good.
that's not Youngstown. You're talking about Yellow Springs. Chappelle's from Yellow Springs.
Yeah, he's from Yellow Springs.
But
in that
Dr.
area.
Richard D. Wolf, he was born and raised in Youngstown, Ohio.
Yeah, my fault. I get them mixed up. But he's from Yellow Springs, Ohio. Even though he moved to DC when he was about like a teenager, and I remember this in the interview with that guy that.
Oh no. Let's get that right. Let me get that straight. He was born and raised. He was born in DC, but he grew up in Silver Springs. But when his parents split up, he stayed in he lived in Silver Springs, but was bused to school in DC. But his father lived in Yellow Springs, so he would go every summer to Yellow Springs. So that's always been like home to him, especially that hometown, because his father was got his PhD, became a college professor there. His mother, I believe, was still a professor, I believe at Howard or something like that, because he's the son of two educators.
Yeah.
I mean that Chappelle name, especially because his father
he was born in DC, but most of his he was back and forth in Ohio and DC.
Yeah,
He didn't always stay in DC. He went back in high school because I think he mentioned it. He didn't go in depth on his life like that, because when I saw that interview, the way he explained it, it was kind of understandable. And I mean, yeah, he's in his late 40s, but this dude is he's something else. He'll be 50 next year. Yeah. He'll be 49. He'll be 49.
He also hinted on that he dealt with colorism.
Oh, he
And
dealt with
inside
a lot,
screen
man.
He dealt with that colors, because if you ever see a picture of his siblings, him and his siblings when they were young,
Yeah.
because he's the youngest, but he's the darkest of the three. Because his mom, from what I understand, his mother's half white. A lot of people didn't know that.
Yeah, I knew that. I was the first to knew that. That's why he got a white audience too. Yeah.
Well, he grew. Then again, he grew up with a lot of white folks, and he had that joke about. If you guys remember, one of his Netflix specials,
Aries
Live in
Spears
DC.
exposed that on Vlad TV, and people didn't understand. A lot of black folks didn't fuck with him back then when he first started on comedy. He had a white audience, but the funny thing was he was funny. He was funny, but over time the niggas came later. He came later.
Yeah,
they came later. Yeah.
I remember
until
him.
that movie,
he said the same thing about Key and Peele as well. He talked about Key and Peele.
Yeah, all that. He said Dave was like the first one. People forget. Ever since that Half Baked in that movie, that's when they fell in love with him. But over time, he was funny in his heyday. It's just he didn't get the credit he does. I think he does now because he's older. But when he was younger, at first, I didn't know who this guy was, but he was funny to me. I always liked him, Aries. It's several comedians I love. Even Bernie Mac and what's his name and Paul Mooney. They just crazy. You know, them dudes.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
It's right outside of DC. Correct, Jay Sean. Yeah, correct.
That's what's up. That's what. Silver Springs. There's another comic who's from Silver Springs I know of. From the Black Phillip days, I remember. Although that heifer, I ain't gonna deal with her. I don't want to even talk about that heifer. But yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Like Chris Rock would say. Yeah, I said it. It had to be said. Just like how everybody lost their shit when he said like the Monica Lewinsky thing was Hillary Clinton's fault.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
We're not gonna go there, folks. But I will say, but I do remember Monica Lewinsky later in life. When she talked about how she was the first victim of trolling and an internet meme and everything, I'm like, what? Yeah, that's right. He went to New York, but he also went to LA it was 19 years old when he went to LA because that's when he got his first development deal.
Mm-hmm.
And he had that sit down, excuse me, he had that sit down with his dad. And that's where it was kind of interesting. But what I'm saying, as far as Key and Peele go, as far as black people later getting on board, first of all, a lot of people forget that both of them are biracial. And on this, and on their show, which was nothing more than a copy of Chappelle's show, and Chappelle made it clear that he had an issue with that. He had an issue about Mina Mencia and afterwards because he left and they just replaced him with those shows. But Key and Peele, they're both biracial and they've had to deal with that.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they're both half white. Their wives are white. They've been both married to white women and everything. And Ari Spears, if you remember on the DJ Vlad interview, he said like, they're good dudes. Take their shirt off their back. They'll help you out and everything, But should you be surprised that most of their friends are white? Most of the people who interact with them are white. Their followers are white. No, it's just like you got to ask yourself, how often does the community support one of their own?
Not
I mean, are you going out there buying their albums, buying tickets to see them perform?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I remember, Nas asked that question because if you guys remember his Untitled album, he had what's the name of that one track? Thank you.
Well, continue.
Yeah, there's that song. It didn't work, niggers. You're all my niggas. But there was that one song, like just after, like, what was it called? PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Like he talks about, like, you say you got my back, but you download that shit without paying for it. How you supporting the artist? I mean, Prince even asked that question. I mean, Prince, who has had a love-hate relationship with social media and the internet and everything.
Mm-hmm.
He always said, you don't understand the value of something when you get it for free.
Right. Right. Oh yeah.
But I've learned that when you get something for free 99, it's pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm. Free 99.
What's the name of that song?
Oh man. Good Lord.
I mean,
I need some coffee.
was it on the? No. I don't think. No, it was on Hip Hop Is.
Hip Hop Is Dead. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Oh damn! They got to him. Oh no, he's.
What
back.
are you talking about?
Oh no! I thought what happened to your mic? I was like.
Oh no, because I'm on my tablet. No, I was on my tablet and I opened whatchamacallit, Spotify. I guess that's what happened.
Oh,
because I was looking through the playlist. But yeah, all that good shit. All that good shit. I think it was on the Hip Hop Is Dead album or the Untitled album. It was on one of them because he does have the NIGGER as a track on the Untitled album along with Hero. They had some great songs. They had some great albums on. He had some great albums. He's still got some great albums. And he put out, what was it, the King's Curse 2. He dropped another album.
Ooh.
Aries Spears, I see why dude slapped him. I was like, who cares, man? That's just some nigga shit that happened. I blame Corey for that. And Zoe.
Corey Holcomb?
Yeah, I blame him for that. He got sued for that shit too. That kind of hurt him a little bit. He done fell
Corey
off.
Holcomb is on some bullshit sometimes, man.
Yeah, I like Corey, but that shit right there with Aries, that fuck up his friendship. And you got this clown Zoe Williams. And see, you can't have. I hate what Aries called him. He called him something. He wasn't part of their little. It's a term they use if you're not one of the comedians.
He was civilian.
Civilian. But he's about right.
Zoe Williams is not from the comedy scene. He's from the music scene.
Yeah,
because remember Warcraft Wrecking Crew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should stay in the lane. But see, this is why I hate people that are not comedians. Stay out of their circles. They don't fuck with y'all like that. I mean, they mess with y'all based off money, like branding. I respect that, but don't get in scuffles like that. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't do that. Like, the comedians know better not to mess with musicians and sports. They just make fun. They know their place. But when you come into their shit, see, here's the problem with comedians. They don't have that defense. They don't have that, hey, you can't tread on my shit, like that. They don't have that defense. And I understand why, because they're so, I don't know, open, but they don't have that.
It's jujitsu for them.
Yeah.
They try to take it like jujitsu. These guys are more like Olympic. They're more like freestyle wrestling.
Yeah.
Most guys like take it like freestyle wrestling. Get off me. Why you got my back? Get off my back.
Yeah.
I ain't down with that chokehold.
And I saw that when that happened too, and I'll never forget. And that's why I kind of fall back from Corey off of that. But there's other comedians I like. I mean, he ain't the only one. I got my whites and my black comedians, no matter what color or race. But if you're funny, if you have something catchy, that's cool. This is why I like Alvin and Preach on the reactionary YouTube. They are comedians, but they're funny as shit. I'm sorry, their content is like, if I have to listen,
you gotta be careful when you gotta be careful when Preach get lit, because there was that one clip they're talking about, right? And for some reason, Preach, because he was introduced to Ethiopian music by ABBA, he tried to do some of that Ethiopian dance music, right? He was like,
that's some funny shit.
Lit. I do not want to be around that motherfucker if he been drinking, because I'm like, oh shit, get out the way. Give him 6 feet. Give him 6 feet.
He's funny too, but him and Al is silly. When they talk about the political stuff, it is satire. It's not even politics. It's just comedy in the day. The way they sound, and it's true, and I agree with him. They not be
and
like,
he's got that Cheshire cat type of smile. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I see that smile. I'm like, because I'm a bit comic myself. So I look at
I
see that smile. I'm thinking, this nigga up to something. Get out the way.
Yeah, that's get that meme, man.
No. It's like like Cheshire Cat. It's like that sadistic, comedic, mischievous kind of smile. If Motown had their own, just because I remember Motown had their musical version of The Wizard of Oz called The Wiz.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they had a version of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah,
Preach would be perfect as a Cheshire Cat, because he just got that smile and everything,
Yeah.
I remember watching a live action version of Alice in Wonderland, and it was a musical, and they had Sammy Davis Jr. as a caterpillar.
Yeah.
That was great. Just watching him perform. Sammy was funny as hell. But comedians, I mean, great comics who deserve a lot of respect. And you're still doing this stuff, like any of y'all checked out Dean Edwards?
I checked him out a little bit from time to time. Yeah.
Yeah, like his impressions of Denzel and everything.
Yeah.
What else is a good comic? I mean, everybody loves Tracy
Married Men.
until he
and a
gets somebody pregnant.
Manosphere. Oh, the breakdowns having a Married Men Manosphere stream. Oh, Teapot shared that. Okay. I'll wait on that later. Probably catch the replay. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Oni, what you doing right now? You meditating?
No, I was looking at something on my Instagram. I didn't want to disturb the conversation.
Oh, he always do that. He always do that. He be listening, and when the conversation flows, it's just, you know, I'm not really surprised. You know, he did that when I on my panel a few times when I was hosting, and he be doing that sometimes.
Yeah.
So part of it,
That's how we had. That's cool. I'll zone out sometimes when in a conversation.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's wrong. That's my head issues. But anyway, you know what? Yeah, Preacher is Haitian. He speaks
he
fluent
is.
French, fluent Creole.
Yeah,
And he's
I heard
a
him
stand-up
speaking
dude.
on.
He's a stand-up dude. He's comedic, but when you cross him, it's your ass. Like what happened with those? Remember that bullshit that happened with with such and such.
Oh, fresh and fruit.
Yeah, Captain, I'm gonna see an instant screenshot. Just get ready for
You mean
it.
Fallon fruit? Yeah.
I
And what's really fucked up about it, is Myra and Abba are from the same region.
Talking about Myron.
Yeah, Myron is Sudanese, first of all.
Yeah.
Abba's from Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And they have their history. And Abba and Sudanese, and he's not the prime example of Sudanese, because Sudanese cats, because I've got Sudanese folks in my family, we all intermarry and whatnot. So, they calm, cool, and everything. Because if you ever been to Sudan, man, it's mostly covered by the Sahara Desert. Just the southern part with South Sudan, that's the Sahel. That's part of the Sahel. That band of grassland between the rainforests and the Sahara Desert.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of that. Also, northern Eritrea is like that. Ethiopia is protected from that shit because it's the highlands.
Mm-hmm.
But
you saw it in the hideout, Captain.
Yeah, I saw it.
but I can say, but that whole region, everybody understands the importance of chill, because the heat make you crazy. So they got to be chill all year long. It's hot all year long. If you're in the city of Khartoum, it's never cold. You might get a sandstorm every once in a while, but it doesn't really rain. It's all heat. The only thing that keeps them calm is the fact that you have the Nile River.
Yeah.
That's their water supply and everything. That's what keeps them sane. That's what keeps them sane. Otherwise, usually they just chill. You don't get angry. If you piss off a Sudanese, that's your fucking ass.
Right.
And they, like the rest, like Ethiopians, Eritreans, we're all known for our hospitality. Up to a point.
Yeah.
So that thing about, talking about whooping somebody's ass, you don't do that. You don't do that. Even Abba himself said, dude, you and I are from the same region. We don't fuck with that violent shit. You know how we get down.
Oh yeah. Y'all get extremely violent. I've seen several. I've seen several.
Tribalism is nasty.
Yeah. Even though y'all show y'all clips on certain news stations, I saw on Al Jazeera they showed I don't want to say beheadings in the military and the strikes, and they showed. I was like, what? They do that over there? But then they show another side they're not biased. Like, America will always show the violence, but don't show the peaceful side. Then they're decent. They're decent people. It's just if you talk to them, they're not as bad as people think. It's just it happens when you're in a hot climate like that. I mean, y'all familiar with the area, and ain't Egypt get those sandstorms as well? Because all of them do, in the desert.
Yeah. I mean, we get the same. I mean, we get sandstorms as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the Middle East, when they get hit with a sandstorm, I'll give you a prime example. March 2007. Saudi Arabia, the capital, Riyadh.
Mm-hmm.
I watched that on the fucking news. Because many of us who had cable back home in Eritrea, if we had cable, you have 3 air channels,
Mm-hmm.
and you can watch all the national state-run medias. And we're watching on several channels people walking through the goddamn sandstorm. It looked like a nuclear fallout.
Right.
The
Right.
sky was orange. And the sand was dropping like snow. And somebody, I don't know how they did it. I guess they had drones. Like back then, they had the type of drones for that shit. And you can see this huge sandstorm encompass the entire downtown area, just about to cover the whole downtown area. Those like dramatic shots and everything. I'm like, wow. This is what journalism and meteorology should look like. But yeah, it's like sandstorms are crazy like that. But you got to watch yourself. Except if you're in the highlands, because because I'm from the highlands, and if you see a sandstorm, that's usually a good sign.
Yeah.
Because once it blows over, once the sandstorm blows over, you immediately have a short rainfall. Well, that's Western lowlands. Northern highlands, we get hit with that rain. We see it because I remember August 2005, there was like a huge drought. The summer we had a huge drought. There was like water shortages, people losing their shit for like 4 or 5 months. And then August 5th, 2005, I remember it because it was a day local university was having a graduation. That morning, throughout most of the day, it was nice and sunny. By mid-afternoon, we started seeing like dust ball clouds in the sky and shit. It was like, what the fuck is going on? We're like, oh, must be a spillover from a sandstorm in the western part. All right. Immediately, later that night and throughout the next day, it was raining. That was a huge relief for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So yeah, just good shit. You just see all that stuff and you realize, yeah, because that whole region gets hit with droughts and shit every once in a while, and local shit has a tendency to be regional, and regional can be international. It's a ripple effect. It is what it is. And hey, Oni.
Yeah.
You've been studying martial arts for how long, man? I'm curious.
2013.
How many martial arts do you practice?
Just only. I would say boxing, Pakme, and
what's
Southern
Pakme?
Mantis. Oh, it's an internal. It's like an internal Southern art, but its origins traces in like the northwest region of China.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I first came to Norway, one of the first cats I met was a dude who was into hip hop and whatnot. He was a vegan, but he also practiced qigong, and some of the was it not Tai Chi? I think he practiced Tai Chi. And we got to talking about that stuff, some of the martial arts he was practicing. And we bounced on Wu-Tang. But,
right.
I explained to him that my interests were capoeira and Muay Thai.
Right.
I love that shit. But what martial arts what intrigues you? Because you're a gamer, I'm sure. Like, what martial artists really intrigue you the most? Like in any game franchise.
Like what martial arts?
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
I got dibs on drunken boxing. Just understand that.
This guy. Wow.
I like the outlandish shit sometimes, That's just part of my personality.
Yeah, man, that's a tough one though. Sheesh.
We got a buzz in the microphone. Okay, that's going. Excuse us, folks. We're having technical difficulties every once in a while. Somebody just fucking around with their mic. Ain't nobody's fault.
Yeah, degenerate.
What
What
did
did Degenerate say?
What that boy say?
Sussing
Oh wait, I
fish.
found the clip I found the clip from where they got the audio.
Go back to the comment above.
Oh, this.
Yeah. He said, I would like to see Ox and Violet have a conversation with old Libra girl, cartoon cat. Oh, he knows her, man. He knows her, man. It's no need, man. It's no need. Darren, why you wanna? Yeah. He's being a slayer right now. Calm down, degenerate.
Calm down.
Cartoon
Relax.
cat. Axum the violet. No, it's Axumite. I'm the Axumite violator, not Axuma. But first of all, Cartoon Cat's my girl. That's my sister, yo.
It's okay.
Real sweetheart. She's a real sweetheart.
Degenerate, you gotta calm down. It's not that serious.
Relax.
What's the matter?
No, I'm just we talking to him. He likes to chat sporadically, and I'm like, okay, I understand what he, that's his character. We're not hating on him or anything. It's all love.
Max Julian, RP the Mac, right?
Damn.
But anyway, degenerate, you gotta say that's my girl, man. That's my homegirl right there. That's my sister. We've had conversations like that. Usually she lights up when she hears from me.
Max Julian? I gotta see this.
But
what?
No, this is actually
true.
Max Julian passed away.
Who's Max Julian?
Oh, she passed away.
Max Julian?
Yeah, Maxwell Banks, better known as Max Julian, an American actor, sculptor, and clothes designer, known for his role as Goldie in the 1973 blaxploitation film The Mac. Damn.
Oh.
He was born on January 1st and died on January 1st. What the fuck?
What year? What year was he born?
He's a Capricorn.
1945. He was born.
Oh, he's around that generation. Yeah, he's a boomer.
He's a boomer so he died at the age of 75?
No, they're saying that he died at 88.
Sorry, 88. Sorry. My math's a little messed up. I must be using that Canadian math for a moment. Excuse me.
Hold on. I got a calculator for that. Hold on.
We're gonna bring 88 back, huh?
Let's see if you're right. 5 subtract 20, 22. He's 77.
Oh shit!
I was right.
So why they
he's not
giving
88.
it? Why
he's not 88. He's
88. What the?
No, he's not. No, he's 77. If he was born 45, he's 77 years old. They do that all the time. They fuck people's ages up. If they subtract 2022 from 1,945, right? That means 1945, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means he
was born in 33. It says here. He was born in 33. Is what they're saying.
If he was born in 33, they could be right. But why they got him 45? I don't understand that.
I don't know. Look at Wikipedia here.
Let me look at let me keep this calculator.
R.I.P. to Goldie, man. Wow.
He was a Kappa Alpha Psi alumna. He crossed through the XI chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi, Howard University, 1954.
Why they threw him on? Okay, so in the search they throw him on 45, but on the wiki it says 1933. They need to fix that. They always do that. That's Google for you. Yeah. So
because the thing here says he graduated. He was a member of the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity of Howard.
He's a silent generation. My fault. He's silent generation. Yeah.
He's silent.
Yeah. A lot of them are dying off. It could be COVID and shit like that. Yeah, Maxwell Banks. He's born in D.C., so he's a Capricorn. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
With Vanessa McGee.
Max Julian, he's a Capricorn. I didn't know he was a Capricorn like that. I said, damn, January 1st. He born New Year's Day.
Oh snap! This dude was with Vanessa McGee.
Mm-hmm.
Vanetta McGee, if you remember her, she was with Richard Roundtree in Shaft in Africa.
Yeah. Getting Straight. I remember that film. That's old. I remember watching that.
Oh man.
He's got, yeah, here's the critics. 1968, Uptight New York. Judith Chris stated what Julian was a standout in the standout cast. Yeah. Hollywood Reporter. Yeah, he has few critics on that. Popular Culture. Oh, damn. He was in Currency's 2012 mixtape. Yeah. I think Currency had him in there. Yeah. Craig Mack.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people remember him. Yeah, I remember him. Personal Life and Death. 1954.
88 years old.
Howard.
Man.
Yeah.
That was just awesome.
Howard University, December 4th, 1954. Capricorn season. I mean, Sagittarius season, my fault. Sagittarius season around that time. 1974 to 77, he was live in the relationship with actress Vanetta McGee. Okay, McGee appeared. Yeah. Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah, he married. That's 91. Couple resided in LA. And he died on January 1st of this year, 88. See, they hold shit long when people die. It could have been COVID. Yeah.
Could have been something else.
Yeah, that it can be that or a combination of that. The onset, that's killing them. Def Jam's How to Be a Player. Oh, I remember that. Uncle Fred.
He was in there.
Man, Bill Bellamy, Pierre. Remember Bernie Mac in that movie?
Oh yeah,
I remember this.
Psych Out. He was in Psych Out. I remember seeing that old shit on Stars. On the movie stuff when we had that particular Comcast. Black Klansman, yeah, he played a lot of stuff. Seen a lot of his joints. I seen his joints in the 21st century, the 90s, but the 70s. The Cleopatra Jones. I remember that one. That's an old one. The Mac, the 101. Yeah. Coach Barnes, Restore 2001. Oh wow. Yeah, I remember this dude. He was something else. Yeah, every rapper's quote Max Julian. I don't know why. I think Cameron quoted him. Everybody quoted him. Yeah, Max Julian.
I remember the Bass Phillips show, which is a spinoff of Black Phillip.
Yeah.
Dante had certain excerpts, had certain audios from the Mac.
Yeah.
Like the one where he tells the hoe, listen, I don't give a shit what happens to you. I want you to go out there and get me my money. Now get. In fact, it was Dante Nero, his co-host, and who's a technician on the podcast, a cat named Harry Turjanian. I fucks with him. I fucks with that cat simply because he's Armenian. But he does the best impression of Max Julian doing that line. Sounds almost like that. But my favorite scene from that one was like when you saw Richard Pryor just crying, like, we're gonna get him, Joe. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him, Goldie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because Richard admitted in one of his comedy specials he had no heart for the fighting. That's why he was in every gang. Didn't matter which gang won. He was like, "That's my side." He talked about one time, he was about to fight a dude, and the motherfucker looked at him and said, "What you gonna do, little man?" And that motherfucker made him unball up his fist.
Woo.
That's when he realized,
Yeah.
I'll stick the fucking. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was another great comedian, but he was. But some of his material was written by his old time friend Paul Mooney.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of shit. Paul wrote a lot of shit.
Paul was very. The difference between him, Paul was slick with his cursing. He was very elegant with it.
Yeah,
he was an elegant man. He was a ladies' man too. So fuck all that bullshit about him being gay. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people sometimes look at it like
Way he holds his hands, I understand why they call him that, but he, I ain't saying he is. I defended that
No,
too, and I said to
he was
myself,
a
I'm
ghetto.
like,
No, what he was, he
yeah,
basically was a 70s style of the black metrosexual. That's all it was.
yeah, that's all it was, and they use that as the way his posturing, and I think he explained this, and I don't think he cares. I think he is more,
His sons even defended him. In fact, they were
yeah,
asked about the whole issue about Richard Pryor Jr. accusing him of some shit.
yeah, yeah. And actually, I hate to say it, I kind of defend him on certain things, but the me is I don't get mad because he's more of a guy that I don't judge that type of people type,
Yeah,
attitude because he's one of them dudes like I see it for what it is. He sees the Bay Area and he grew up, even though he was born in Louisiana, and he broke it down like, look, that was that time period. It's nothing we can do about
that's
it.
what
And
it is.
people got mad when he said that. He is bold. Now I tell people, no, Paul is Paul. Now he got down.
He even went as far as to say, I say it nigga all the time. It's why my
Yeah.
teeth are so white. It keeps my teeth white. I say it like
Yeah.
all every day. Nigga, 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 nigga. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, when he said that, he shut him up right after that. It's a lot of moments he had, and a lot of people he's misunderstood, just like all comedians. I mean, even with the posturing, how they sit and all that. That's how it was back then. You can't get mad what they did, and I kind of like scratch my head. I have to fall back on certain things. That was the culture. Even Dick Grady said best about the homosexuals in the church at the time in racism, and I tell this on the channel. I said, at the time they couldn't do nothing about it. But when race got involved, when he was growing up in the church and they saw this, my mom even told me it's nothing they can do about it. That's how it was. I mean, yeah, you had straights, but you also had some coupled off in there. Yeah.
Growing up
But
in
that's
St.
factual.
Louis and everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
it rough.
Yeah, it's factual.
But
It's factual, But they don't tell you that. They don't, they don't tell you that in America, but that's the truth about America. They ain't gonna tell you that history of it. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot goes into civil rights, but yeah, I won't step away
D.L.
from
Hughley
it.
even said it best. He said, I don't understand why the black church is homophobic, because if it wasn't for gay folks, you wouldn't have a choir director. Think about it. Or you wouldn't have certain dudes who were so good at, or you wouldn't have so many brothers in the choir and shit. But that's what it is. And then again, Jamie Foxx was a director of his church choir when he was growing up in Texas. But that don't mean he was just quite the pianist. That dude knew. Oh man, that dude could play. That dude could play. I mean, what else? I know some dudes were just flamboyant like that. Who else was also great? Y'all ever checked out Richard Pryor's roast?
Semi.
I remember when who was it? Paul Mooney was the masters of ceremony on that one, right? It was the roast of. You had Marsha Warfield, Sandra what's his face, Robin Williams, Tim Reed, Johnny Witherspoon. Forgot the other two, and Richard got them all. He ended up roasting them all. Especially when he referred to, especially when like the gay jokes he had Paul with. Like he said, first of all, I need to address this person right here who we call Miss Thing. And he's like, and he also mentions like some certain things you don't mention. Like he dropped the F-bomb a couple times. But it was a language at that time. It was that time. It was what it was. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, degenerate, Yeah, you're right. But you got to be specific. What kind of East Africans you talking about, man? Which ones do you mostly interact with?
Right. But I gotta get some food. I'll be right back. But congregate.
All right. Wash your hands, motherfucker. Don't forget, wash your hands. Sir?
Skeletor. I'm so alone right now. You know, the clown, I think, might as well just take over from that. Let's see. What's going on in the chat? Who's in the chat, I wonder? We got 5 people watching. Anybody here? Congregate. Where is everybody?
I'm back.
Sir?
Yeah.
Oh, you back. Yeah. Only had to take care of something in the meantime.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, what's on your mind anyway?
I'm just
Vice
chilling.
Cap?
Oh, I had to get some food because I didn't know what was going to be this long. Ooh, it's 3 hours. Yeah.
What'd you do? What'd you got?
Just a little fast food, but I'm all right. But I ain't supposed to be eating it nowhere, but why not?
Well, lucky you. Well, actually, lucky me. I don't have to mess with all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't eat it
Thank
every
God
day.
for celiac disease. Thank God for celiac disease.
Yeah.
Oh, man. If I really want to hurt myself, if I really want to destroy my intestines, all I have to do is get some rice noodles, get some mayo, and get that sriracha sauce.
Oh, yeah. And tear your stomach up. Even a normal person don't have that disease, but I'm just saying, like, oof, shit.
No, well, I have to have the gluten-free stuff, right? But it's still. But then again, I grew up eating that spicy stuff, right? So even though it's burning, it doesn't. You know, for me, anything I eat spicy, it's like if you were smoking weed. You don't realize you hit that good shit until you start coughing.
Yeah.
So when you start coughing, it's like, oh yeah, that hit the spot. But that spice makes you want to start singing the Tramps' Disco Inferno.
Yeah.
Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Burn, baby, burn that mother down. Hang on, I need a drink of water.
That's a classic. Yeah. My dad used to play that back in the day when I was a kid. You know, he always loved that shit. He was born in 50.
What year? What year was your dad born in? What year?
53. Yeah. So
no shit. That. My dad was born in 52.
Yeah. They were around the same age. See, they know them songs. I was listening to all of that, jazz, you name it, blues. That shit was in my ear when I was younger, before I was listening to rap and R&B like that. That's his joints. My mom loves the soul shit. Nita Baker's and all that. Yeah.
I was exposed. Well, my mom was born like in 58. I don't know what year your mom was born.
Oh, 61. 61.
All right. She's like around the same age as like Black Guru or Semper Fidelis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because my mom was born in 58 and BGS is like 59. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the younger boomer generation because I can hear how they talk.
Younger boomer, first Gen Xers. You know, younger boomer, Gen Xers.
Yeah.
But you know, what really shocked me one day was my dad surprised me one time because, and yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're away from parents, I'm a constant away from my parents. I'm on a different constant, but when my dad and I got those rare opportunities to talk online, it was like he liked this Facebook post I put. All it was a picture of, and it was for Father's Day. All it was a picture of Nas with his dad, Oludaro Jones. And my dad gave me a like on that picture. Yeah. And when I talked to him about that, I said, "Dad, you like this pic?" He said, "Yeah." Well, you know who that is, right? He said, "Yeah, that's Oludaro."
Yeah.
I didn't know he knew. I didn't know he.
Yeah.
My dad told me like I've listened to Oludaro's albums.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, he doesn't know that who Nas is. Well, but you know the young man who's hugging him, right? Yeah, that's his son. I said, no, that's his son, Nas. That's who I grew up listening to. So I was like, oh wow, we like
he named his son Nasir. That was his real name. Yeah.
Nasir.
That's how you pronounced it. And I got his album Streets Disciple and had his father on that joint.
Bridging the Gap. Bridging the Gap.
The Gap. Yeah, I love that.
Also
song.
Street Disciple he's on.
Yeah, that's the two disc album. I got the album. Hell of an album.
But he was on a previous album.
Yeah.
God's Son. Remember Nas had this song called One More Dance with Trick His Mom?
Yeah.
Oludara is playing the horns on that one at the end.
Yeah. And he actually put him on that album, The Streets Disciple, and I love that shit because it's symbolic behind that. Yeah, a lot of good songs. Yeah.
Oh, the Disciple was one of my favorite joints on that one. There was also
I love that song. Disciple, Street, Disciple,
Street. The first time I heard that, NFL Street Volume 2.
Yeah, that's the same here. That's why I first heard it. And then I heard his whole album of that first track. Hard.
Nazareth Savage, that's an ode to Jesus Christ because Nazareth is where he was from.
Yeah.
That's why if anybody's ever heard the term Nazarene, if anybody's ever seen the original movie, the Omen, the trilogy, Sam Neill plays like the grown-ass version of the Antichrist, and he keeps referring to Jesus as Nazarene. Nazarene means somebody who's a native of Nazareth. And this is how I like to, and like Dave Chappelle, like to connect the dots. And sometimes I'll connect certain dots that shouldn't be connected, but you realize it gives you a different perspective.
Yeah.
When I think of that term Nazarene, there's an Arabic word that comes to mind. It's Nazrun. Now, a lot of people may not know this, but when the whole so-called Islamic State invaded Iraq and everything, there was a symbol that they kind of marked on certain houses. It was the Arabic letter Nun or N with a circle on it. It stood for Nazrun, which is what they were like. They used as a derogatory term to the Iraqi Christians because they persecute them under them and the Kurds. So yeah, it's interesting how you connect a lot of things. But anyway, going back to like Nas, what is it? One of my favorite tracks was Ether. Yeah. Especially when you compare that with not Super Ugly, but with the Takeover. But what's another great Nas track? You ever listen to the Lost Tapes?
Yeah, I have.
There was a song regarding. Yeah, it was Purple, Black Zombies.
Yeah.
But Papa was a player. You ever listen to that? Where he talks about his relationship with his father.
Yeah.
And he still loves him. He understood. Yeah, I understand now.
Yeah.
Like, I understand what happened with the breakup and everything, why things didn't work out with him and his mom. But
yeah.
Also,
he also tells that on the album Streets Disciple too. That's his biggest. Yeah, he breaks it fully in his second disc of that song, even with Bridging the Gap. Even his first disc, I think he was going through it and talking about his formerly wife Khalees, which is crazy of him to marry because she's on that type of time. Well, that's
they
not
were married at that time.
Yeah,
because remember the time.
Yeah,
because remember that bit before the time, the skit where she's like, "If I gave you one pass, would you wanna?" Nah. And he knew it was some bullshit. I know we shouldn't be talking about women, but the communication that was just a shit test in itself.
Yeah, it was. But one thing I respect about Nas, he overcame that shit. You never seen celebrities just sprout out like that. He's the only one that never complained about it. I mean, he took it on the chin and just moved forward. Like, you don't hear no violent outbursts. Most dudes would be like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat this woman because she done cheated on me." I was like, "No, nigga."
Nah.
Or he did something wrong. He had to took it on the chin, man. And that ain't
He
easy.
owned up to it. He owned up to it because you remember "Life Is Good," the album. Remember
Yeah.
the song "Bye Baby,"
Yeah.
where he talks about the whole divorce and everything. And like they had that picture of him, like the cover is a picture of him, and he's got Khaleesi's green dress, the dress she wore at their wedding.
What are
Yeah.
we talking about? What are we
No.
talking about? I came back in and I hear us talking about women.
We
That's the one
talking
piece of
about
Nas, his former wife, Streets Disciple.
We're talking about the
did something
song
to that. And his dad,
We're
Aladora
talking
Jones.
about life, the struggles of a man.
What? Shows what? The man shall work to the sweat of his brow. Thus
Your boy
says
is-
the Lord.
All right, you're good now. You're good.
Yeah. Thus says the Lord.
So,
The man shall work to the sweat
so
of
the
his
petty
brow.
officer is on deck. Ten high.
Oh yeah, man. What's going on, man? How we doing, man?
Hey,
The captain is
South
back.
by- wait.
Yeah.
Yo,
South
Cap,
by
you're Haitian, right? Yeah, okay. I was
South
wondering
by
if you could. South by State. That's the only thing I know of Creole. Excuse me.
Yeah. Sakpa said, if I say Sakpa said, then your response supposed to be Mabule.
Mambule.
Yeah.
Mambule.
Yeah.
Because I know with Mrs. Delia that
Send y'all another screenshot.
sometimes, but like
Take a look at this shit. Just laugh. for a minute.
James
It's a good laugh.
Keel.
It's a good laugh. Don't pay no mind.
We talk about but not James. James and Dean, I think, because he's
Just look at it. Just look at it. Look who's on the bottom on the panel.
Yeah. All right, hang on a second.
Advisor, this is ridiculous, ain't it? Ain't got nothing else better to do.
Yo, advisor, did you check out that clip I put in the back chat?
Yeah. I checked out the clip. I was on a business call, but I checked out the clip.
Yeah. That's
You know
the
what I'm saying? We
Sudanese
multitask.
two-step right there. That's the Sudanese two-step.
Oh yeah, I saw it, man. Like, while I was on my business call, I was holding it down. Sir was holding it down until the captain got back off.
Yeah, he had to go do something. He's back now.
I'm back.
Yeah, he's back. Man,
Captain, check your hideout. I sent an interesting panel, and I'm looking at it right now. Skywatch it. Look who's on the bottom. I would say right under Imano. Just look, and you see a trim pattern here.
Oh yes.
Oh man!
Oh, wow.
2.0. He's fucked up.
What are y'all talking about?
I'm looking at this whole panel. You know what this whole panel look like?
Mm-hmm.
I need to go ahead and talk to one of the the slush funds people and tell them to put a lot of money in Johnson & Johnson and Jergens lotion. Just looking at this right here. There's going to be a supply and demand for Jergens lotion for the rest of cuffing season.
Mm-hmm.
This is horrible.
It's
I'm
horrible,
looking at this.
man.
This one dude looks like George the Animal Steel sitting between Aunt T and the man.
Yeah.
And this dude looked like Abdul the Butcher. Like,
and then you got AP potential. Oh my god, that's the one be trolling Cuda. Like I know who he is now because I'm like, I was on the panel with him one time. Like I think he kind of remembers, and then I stepped away, and then he tried to
nigga, hold on, wait a minute. I'm a dark skinned dude. My nigga, you need all the light on your face. If you're dark, all the light. You cannot backlight.
Degenerate. Yeah, your boy. Yeah, your boy. Yeah, this is a weird panel. And then they got this clown call himself Timon, call himself 5.0. He kind of pissed me off with that because I had an issue with that because how can you call yourself 5.0 but you ain't got no foundation? And I hate to say this, if I was BJ's, I'd check dude, man, because I know he's Man fanatic. That's why I had to cut him off. I had to pull
Yeah,
his shit. I had to pull his
yeah.
shit because he tried to come at me sideways on the vlogs. Trying to say, dude, I don't mess with you like that, man.
I forgot you
Yo,
guys were pettier than a motherfucker.
Yeah,
I
we are.
want
But we're observing though. Like it's interesting how people have nice panels. I mean, shouts out to Auntie, though. But but I didn't know he rolled like that with the trims. He's like, I resort SYB, Auntie.
no.
I'm
Listen, man. Look,
concerned. I'm concerned, Auntie.
yo,
You pulling you? Yeah.
why are we concerned? Like,
No, I'm not
if-
concerned. I'm just it's a
hey,
fake
man.
concern. But I'm just saying. But I'm just
Listen,
saying. I
man.
say,
If niggas is
woo.
listen, man. It's 2022.
If you call this cover, Auntie, okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm cool with it. Like,
I'm cool
yo,
with it. Like when I saw old boy that was on my panel once, him and Trey, I said, "Ooh, you like the trims now? Oh, I like that. Okay."
hey, listen, man. These dudes is minnows, men in name only. Shout out to Cerulli and Gray for of that right there. See, the trims thing is like this, right?
Mhm.
You don't really hear them yelling about that conservative talk because
Yeah,
of
they calmed that down. Yeah.
their Lord and Savior told them to get the vaccine. So
Mm.
that's a wrap.
Who's that?
So
Who's
that's
that? Lord's favorite. You know who I'm
Trump.
talking about?
Trump.
Oh, oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Trump went
Oh,
And they
on
what's
got
your
the
quiet.
last
They got
source?
quiet when he said that. I knew he had it.
no, they started booing him, man. Like because he went up on Candace Owens, the bid witch extraordinaire, and said
Right,
that,
right.
and
Mhm.
they didn't know how to respond. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
How many times do people? I don't think people realize what kind of a dude they're dealing with when it comes to somebody like Trump. He is going to flip and flip and flip.
That's what he
Well,
does.
I'm like, listen,
He
if
flip
you're a
floppy,
true
flippy floppy,
conservative,
flippy floppy.
well, if
He
you're a
was
true
never a conservative.
conservative,
I don't think he. Oh,
well,
sorry. Go ahead.
no, he is. Remember, look how old Trump is. He's like what 80, 70 something years old,
He's
right?
70 plus. Yeah, he's 70
Okay,
plus.
guess what? Your true conservatives are actually
70.
Democrats.
Yeah.
Pre-civil
That's true.
rights movement.
Yeah.
Pre-civil rights.
Now,
The
Your,
Dixie
your
Crats and shit. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah. So
Trump, quiet as kept, he was, but really he ain't now he is a conservative slash what they call a conservative liberal. Now he's conservative on
Liberal conservative.
politics. Yeah. Not liberal conservative. No, liberal conservatives are Democrats, but Republicans are conservative liberal. Now they liberal on military shit. What I've noticed about Trump
yeah.
on the military,
Yeah,
he's
terms
very
get confusing
liberal. Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah,
But yeah.
yeah. But it's no,
Mm,
it ain't confused. It's just the opposite. It's just like this. Democrats are liberal on policies and
Wait,
politics
what's the
and
wait? Which
economics.
one's the adjective? Which one's the noun here? That's what I'm trying to get at.
The
which one?
Republicans, if you study conservative liberalism, they're conservative on the economic base, but military they're liberal, and I'll explain
Oh,
why.
okay.
Overseas they're conservative, right? When it comes to military, right? Now our
Mhm.
military, quiet as kept, Democrats want it conservative. They like to go big with their machines, their prisons,
Well,
their all that
if you
shit.
if you think about it like this, right? And I'm glad Sir said that, right? Because he's absolutely right. Um, Here's the thing: whenever you, whenever you, whenever a Democrat gets in the office as the commander in chief, the first thing he does is downsize the military. He
Mhm.
downsized the military, so he's conservative, right?
Right, that's
On
true.
military spending, but he's liberal on infrastructure.
That's it. There
Okay,
you go.
So
and then
conservative liberal. Okay.
Republican. Well, no. You got to think about it like this.
He's liberal
Like,
conservative when he's doing that.
like
See,
what
he's
y'all.
liberal on the infrastructure, but military and police, right? All that is
Mhm.
conservative to him.
Yeah.
Republicans
Right.
think liberal on that, and I'll tell you why. They go
Yes.
out, but the thing is, they want it small. They want private militaries. They want to hoard shit. Like you got your
Yeah.
special agents, your CIA, and all that. I don't want to get into the depth of
PMCs.
all the
Yeah.
agents. Yeah,
Nah.
they want to protect their little core group. Now they pretend they
They're
want big shit,
always
but
fighting
deep
over who
down,
gets to share the budget
yeah.
of that year and
Yeah,
everything.
The
Yeah.
if you're
budget.
not in a circle, they don't fuck with you like that. That's how liberals get
Well,
down,
so
and
I'm
they
gonna
tell
put
on
it to
themselves.
you.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? Because we take parties, right, and we make a party be the poster child on what's
yeah,
conservative and what's is liberal, right?
yeah,
And what we need to do is we need to exercise that the party is conservative and liberal when the time frame speaks for it when they need to be in power, right? This is
Right,
always a 30 to 40-year plan already in
Yeah.
step. You know what I mean? So certain things change, right? You notice that the numbers drop when we start talking about A kid shit, right? So I'll just
Yeah.
let you know. So anyway, so here's the
What the
funny
numbers
part
drop
about
when we talk what AK and shit?
no. It's conservative, liberal stuff that's above people's fucking
Oh
pay
yeah,
grade,
yeah, yeah. That's true.
understanding
That's
and
true. That's
intellect.
true. That is
Oh
But
very
this is
well.
true.
where we're going to be. This is where we're going to be for right now for a couple of minutes. So check this out.
Mhm.
Is what you have to understand is that when you talk about democratic or whatever, they're conservative. They're conservative with spending. And when I mean spending, they're conservative with spending when it comes to the military industrial complex.
Yeah.
But they actually are liberal when it comes to diplomacy and trade, right? When
In
a Democrat
economics,
is
yeah.
in economics. So when Democrats become in office, they start putting a bunch of policies where they trade, where the United States becomes a faction of the Far East Trading Company. You know, what I mean, basically, there's a lot of economic terrorism. Like as our GDP goes up, so does the rest of the world GDP goes down. Goods and services are in a surplus, so it becomes cheaper. But because we're supplying the actual raw materials at a premium, the good and services go down for the final product, right? Now, when the Republicans get in office, they actually switch that because the military industrial complex goes up. But then those companies that were held in a bind, or those countries, right? Notice
Yeah.
how I say company and country, because a
Uh-huh.
country is nothing but a company,
Yeah.
because the greatest resource is people. So
Yeah.
now those countries or companies that you say, they then recoup that with the Republicans, because now you've made your provisions when the Democrats are in office, pretty much the president, but you have to then turn around and protect those provisions, right? And guarantee those shipping lanes. So
Yeah.
then you get enough money
Oh
to
yeah.
pay your privatized volunteer military. That's why
Mhm.
if you're in the military, you get the most bonuses or raises when a Republican is in office. Your military is expanded. When a Democrat comes in the office, they basically shrink the military down. They start doing what they call a curling, or a breaking down of the
Culling.
1/3. A culling. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah,
A
Cullen.
culling
Yeah. Mhm.
of what you call the breaking down of the 1/3. As you break down the 1/3, you start getting people out. Like when Obama was in office, right?
Mhm.
First thing that he did was, if you were overweight in the military, gotta go, right? If you didn't matter if you was in your first term or not, if you didn't pass the physical readiness assessment. Now, who's not going to be able to pass the physical readiness assessment? Well, pretty much most people in the Navy are not in the
Mhm.
air. And you know, because you ain't got to run nowhere. You on a ship, where you running
Yeah.
to, right?
Yeah.
You got to be able to swim, and everybody know fat people float. That's how it works, right? So
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
don't
That's
know.
true.
Just being honest, right? Is the Navy and the Coast Guard is
No,
more
I'm laughing
technical
because it's
than
true.
anything. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like everything is, most technical, right? So then the next thing is that what else? So you got rid of your young folk that's underperforming or not doing what they need to do, but it's really to get rid of your older folk, right?
Yeah.
So those guys that's been
Mhm.
holding on for 30 years to get that 75 to 80% goddamn fucking retirement fund, right? So how would you feel if you was making $6,000 to $7,000 a month, and then you can basically get paid for the rest of your life 85% of your fucking paycheck with a raise
Mm.
every fucking year, right? Then
Mm.
you add on the BA benefits, and your ass is sitting about 9 to 10 grand.
If you
Now
get them.
you get no, you will get them because they made it easy for you to get them.
Um.
Yeah,
Well, what I understand is I remember a certain gentleman who's a former veteran himself. He talked about
yeah,
how, what is it, like, you've had people who've been given like PTSD diagnosis, and because of the PTSD diagnosis, they've been given like a less than honorable discharge,
Yeah.
which means
Well, it's an
they're
average.
disqualified from VA and shit. Yeah, that shit.
Well, no. What they do is, what happens is that they can't double dip. So if you get a PTSD thing, it's either VA or nothing, right? You get out on medical, right? But
Hmm.
if you do 20 or 30 years, right? Like 20
Yeah.
years lower enlisted, if you go higher enlisted, you got to do at least 20, 25, right? Like 22,
Ah.
25, right? Which we're talking about E7 and above, right? E7 to E9, right? And then if
Oh, okay.
you officer 20 years, if you enlisted officer, you already got time in, so you're going to do about 25 years, right? You try to hit the
Mhm.
30-year mark, that's 85 percentile of your base pay, then the VA tax on top of that, right? Because once you retire at 20 years, you get then you apply for VA. Your retirement and your VA disability is totally separate. That's two paychecks. So say you
Ah, okay.
came in at 18, you do 20 years, that's 38,
Hmm.
right? Most people at 38 are in the like second half of their career, right? You already did 20 years, you're retired. Now you go into a company. Of course, the company's going to hire you because if you're smart, you got your college bachelor's degree at the minimum, you got 20
Versus
years of
GI Bill.
experience, right? Well, not even a GI Bill, because you can get tuition assistance where you don't even touch your GI Bill when you're in the military,
Ah,
right?
okay.
So what a lot of
Renting
dudes that come
smart.
out the military already in this day and age, they come out the military already with almost a master's degree, or probably maybe a few classes outside of a master's degree. Then you got what they call apprenticeship program that sign off from your time
Mm,
doing your job. So you already certified through the YZ. So if you did your shit correctly, depending on the job that you picked in the military, you already
yeah.
get out with six figures. Then a lot of military guys do not go in the private sector because they understand that, yeah, you get paid a lot, but there's no job security. 20 years of job security versus trying to gamble where are you going to go back into the government, but you're going to be a GS employee or federal employee like a mailman or somebody like that. What's going to happen is you only really got to work 10 more years really, and you collect another retirement. So say at 38
Hmm.
you work another 20 years, that'll put you at 58, right?
Mm,
58, you collect
Hmm.
your 75, your 65% if you did 20. Then you on a you on the GS side, right? Government employee, and that counts with that. So now you're getting out with two paychecks, retired at 58. Now you're sitting at 65% of your base salary there, 65% of your base salary military. Then your VA makes up for it because if you did the military for 20 years, at the minimum, you're going to get 80% disability working. Because there's two types of disability. What you want is the 100% disability working. Now you done did two jobs and you getting disability off the VA. So now you sitting about 6 to 7 grand sitting on your fucking ass at 58 years of age. If you smart and you don't have any kids, or you're married and your kids are grown up, you don't need to use your GI Bill. You give it to your kids, right? Kids
all
go to
right.
college for free. And then if they go to college with your GI Bill, your post 9/11, depending on which college they go to, their tuition is paid for, their books is paid for. And the only thing that they got to do is they'll get like what they call E5 pay for the college that they go to. So say they go to college in New York, they get
And keep the
2,000.
grades up. And keep the grades up because you don't want them fucking up in college.
No, they just got to pass. And they got to keep
Does
the
that too.
grades. Yeah, they
Yeah,
just
like
got
I
to
said.
pass. Yeah, so that's like a C or some crazy shit like that. But because once a professor knows, like certain kids are marked with asterisks on the roll call, long as he
Mm,
shows up to class, it's his
mm.
job to make sure that kid passes. Because if he doesn't passes, the government's not going to pay the college, and the kid's going to have to pay the college, which ain't going to happen. See
Hey,
how
you
that
know
works.
what? I see what you said. Hey, can I ask you a question regarding education and shit?
Mm-hmm.
Because you were stationed overseas and everything. What's your view
Mm-hmm.
on like Dodds?
With Dodds, actually,
Yeah.
Dodds is actually okay. So, like my kids, like if I wanted my
The only
kids to
reason
go
I
to
know
school,
about Dodds is because like I said, my background, and everything.
yeah, I'm like Dodds now. If my kids wanted to go to school base like at the time, right, I
Yeah.
would have had to pay $10,000 per semester
Oh
for them to
wow.
go to school on base because I wasn't working on base. And you got to be at least a
Uh,
GS 11 or 12, depending on the region, right, that you're at, right?
uh,
And if you're active duty or you like got hired like
mm,
overseas, like they call it overseas hire, yeah, your kids can go to Dodds like for free or whatever. But
Hmm.
Dodds is actually set up because of the class sizes are small. So Dodds is actually set up like a super private school,
mm.
pretty much. You know what I mean?
I
And
can think
then,
of
but
people who were like that. Well, in my case, there was no Dodds, but we had like these international schools and such.
yeah,
So because my dad, his background, and so I was like, I went to school kids like who were like the children of servicemen, as well as
yep.
people who were like overseas employees, like McDonnell Douglas and Lockheed and shit.
Mhm.
So we didn't have an international. We had international schools instead of a Dodge system and shit. But yeah, it could be pretty. It was pretty pricey. It was pretty pricey.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like international school that they offer whatever is pricey, but then they give stipends and stuff like that. Like it
Oh yeah.
costs, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? But then there's a way of workaround where they do it for, I mean, it's a government contract and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Plus, it's like a cultural exchange depending on what country you're in, right? They got them all over, like, you know what I mean? Like where I was at by the bases, the Dodds and stuff,
Mhm.
where they allow like the what they call it, the foreign nationals to mingle with the
Yep.
yeah, the military, so the kids like they get that international feel and then they get a
Yeah.
piece of the culture but not too much going on and stuff like that. So the other thing about Dodds and stuff like that is that
Hmm.
when it comes to ranking in the U.S. far as because it's still considered a public school, people don't
Yeah.
realize that it's always ranked the highest.
Hmm.
Even it outbeats a lot of private schools going to
Mm.
Dodds. You know what I mean? Because you
Yeah.
got to remember, the, like it's also admirals, generals, colonels,
Hmm.
kids going to these schools.
Yeah.
You know what I
And
mean?
they had
It's not.
and from what I remember, it was like I remember seeing commercials about that when I was growing up because
Yeah.
we all watched the
Oh,
FRTS or AFN.
Saruin mentioned I think I said this on stream. We was talking about that. I asked him a question. I say, have you ever met generals? He said, yeah, over time in the years in the military. He told me he didn't get to see him in, like his first years on tour. He said, but over time they had that voice, that heroic voice. He told me, I think it's one of my older streams. I might have to look what stream was that was on. I think it was one of those Thursday
Yeah.
streams I did, or
Mhm.
or
Yeah.
or probably mid streams or after stream. He said something like that. He said, yeah, man. You don't see him over time until you don't realize who you're working with. I said, oh, he said, if you ever met one of them, he said, them guys is, it's real. It's not like in the movies where he told me, he said, it's just different. They have their own little shit. Even y'all talking about that officer stuff. Like, yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about that. But I asked him that question. He said, yeah, a few times. And I think the general said this too, Q, right? He said the
Yeah.
same thing. They don't usually get to see them if you get a certain rank or whatever. You don't realize until you're on that ship or on base or whatever. And they always say
Mm.
that, yeah, 9 out of 10, you do run into them by accident, but it's usually where it is. But that's normal. That's normal procedure.
Yep.
But you know,
Yeah.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that Dodge shit is. I'm like, but like, as far as education, man, like you know, what I mean, it's not just the. I should have said it is. It depends on what you're doing, like what you're doing, like far as
Yeah.
and where you at with it.
yeah.
I'm like, it's like
Mm.
overseas, like the best thing. Like if you ask me about the ones in like Asia, the ones in Asia compared to Europe suck.
Oh, they
And
suck.
it,
I won't be
They
yeah, and
do.
the
surprised.
reason
Yeah.
And well, it's not the, it's not that is that far as being in the classroom and teaching, that's one thing. But
Oh, okay.
the ones in Europe don't suck because they're better because when they go on a field trip, right?
Uh-huh.
Like you're touching history. And most, if you think
Yeah.
about the modern day military, after World War II, most of the history and where we at now resides in Europe after World War II, right? So if you're learning
Exactly.
Especially
about
those
history,
like stationed Germany and also Italy.
yeah,
Those are the best ones.
exactly,
Like France and places like that.
yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
I don't think the French have U.S. bases there, but he had a lot of bases in like in
Oh no, they do.
Italy,
No,
Germany.
I'm talking about history wise, France. Like,
Yeah,
because
All
they
right.
but
always
France,
had,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, but France does have a base. It's Toulon. Yeah,
Toulon. All right,
yeah,
in
Toulon. Yeah,
Toulon.
Toulon. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Toulon, France, and then remember you
Toulon.
also
Come on, man, you
and then
francophone. Get the accent, get
yeah,
the pronunciation from mon ami.
yeah,
Toulon.
yeah.
Get uppity, will you? Come on, you got to get uppity here. Come on,
No,
get uppity, man.
yeah, it's yeah.
Just fuck with you.
So like but the Toulon, but being over there, like
Mhm.
you got to understand the other thing is that most every embassy is a military base. They don't
Hmm.
want to
True.
let you know that, and then they got little
Yeah, it's a
annexes
military
and stuff
base.
like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's like about 200 bases in Europe by
God
itself.
damn.
I'm
Yeah,
not surprised. I
So
mean,
700
add a
worldwide. Yeah,
700 30 something bases in the US got worldwide. So
yeah,
adding that, that's
yeah,
correct. And we're involved in 171 countries in the world. I got that
yeah,
from Brother Dawood, the guy that used to be in the street with Sinetta, but he used to be in the military back in the day too. And he said that,
yeah.
and he said if you research in history, it's always been that way. And I scratched my head at the time when I was in my 20s. I'm like, damn, I didn't
Daoud.
know that. Yeah. You know, he's a light skinned dude. He was cool with Sinetta one time. He
You
had
know
a
what Daoud
fallout
means,
with him.
right?
Yeah, it's been a while since I know what it means. I used to get into Islam a little bit. I almost became one. I kind of stopped enjoying the Hebrew shit. That was my problem. I couldn't
I
deal
was
with
almost
the
myself, but yeah,
yeah.
been around, but I got plenty of my
I
family.
had some friends that was in it, and I kind of respect them. But if you actually go to those countries like Saudi Arabia and those places like Mecca and things like that, yeah, that's a whole another Islam. Malcolm explained that, but I ain't gonna get in depth on that. That's a
Nah, it's
whole
Yeah,
cool.
other
It's
it's
cool.
all.
It's cool.
thing,
I grew up in KSA, so I know the whole deal.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you is that me personally is that any type of religion or something like that that's too goddamn restrictive, I
Yeah.
can't fuck with it. Like
Yeah, yeah,
it's a
yeah.
cult. Like it's a cult, man. Like
Yeah,
it's
I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
blame you.
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I'm
I
like,
mean,
and it
take
doesn't matter what time, which one it is or
I mean,
something.
take the religion I'm from. I come from Toronto Orthodox. That's a different Christianity. That's that East African Christianity. But
Yeah.
a lot of people don't know a lot of the practices they inherited from their Jewish ancestors.
Yeah.
Most of us were
Yeah.
pagans, but prior to Christianity, most of us were pagans, but some of us were Jews. But some of the practices from Judaism carried over into Christianity.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, well, here's the thing, right? If you think
Mhm.
about it, and I say like this
Mhm.
with any religion, right? Okay,
Mhm.
if you was from the outside looking in, never looked at Christianity, right?
Uh,
Okay, it's some pagan ass shit, right?
Hmm.
Then if you look at it, okay, where does it originate from? Well, it originates from Judaism, right? So
Hmm.
I mean, if you look at it, because it's like you
Mhm.
read the Old Testament, then you go and read the Torah a little bit,
Yeah.
because the
Mhm.
Torah just stops at the Old Testament, and then it's
Mhm.
like the Torah and the Old Testament. If you look at it, right, it's
Mhm.
like the New Testament just contradicts everything in the Old Testament. Just like it doesn't matter, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Right. But that's
Hmm.
for Christianity because remember, prior to according to how it was perceived and pushed out, that the New Testament is really for the Gentiles and the Old Testament is really for you know
Yeah,
you
the
know
Semites.
the Semites,
Mhm.
right? Okay,
Mhm.
so
Man, I'm
now
a Semite.
then you think about it. Okay,
Mhm.
Abraham had Isaac, right? And Esau, right? Well, no, Esau. No, I'm
Ishmael.
sorry. Ishmael. I'm sorry about that.
Isa is Arabic for Jesus.
Yeah. So now
Ishmael.
you got Ishmael, right? But Ishmael was the firstborn, right?
Mhm.
He was the firstborn. So that means that Islam was around before Judaism when it would come scripted on paper because Egypt or Kemet was actually a country and Noah was still a nomad. He didn't have a country because he didn't have a child. See how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Tells you right there what was going on. Now that doesn't mean that whatever Ishmael was whatever because he was actually considered Hebrew because his dad was what?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
A Hebrew.
A Hebrew.
So that means that the real Judaism, if you go by the text or whatever, was actually written down because Ishmael followed the Judeo principles first.
Yeah, Ishmael, like
Well, he
the
was the first
relatives,
one to
all
be
that.
circumcised.
Yeah, the first one. And then
Yeah.
you see the culture. I mean, I won't say dark Arab culture, which is true. That's where they come from. That's their ancestry over time. But that, if you want to talk about the stuff I studied, I was delve into that too when I did that
Mhm.
on the channel, and I've noticed some things that are correct. You know, because then you talk about Hebrew people, they were darker skinned people at the time, or you talk about Mesopotamian. Then you get into the Gilgamesh period, the tablets, all that stuff you study, and then Abraham, and then you had so Isaac has two boys. One was a different color shade. It don't really matter at this point because you got Esau, that's the hunter. The
The
other one
redhead.
is and the other
And the
one
one
is
with Jacob.
and Jacob or Jacob they would say or Yakub or some other
Jacob.
name like
Jacob is
this
Arabic. Jacob in
yeah yeah
Hebrew.
yeah. And I would say him. It's with a Y at the time, but this dude, I think he wrestled. I wouldn't say wrestled with an angel, but he was the one that was in the shade or something like that. And what they referenced was he dealt with
Peniel.
Phil, but he also dealt with the what you call those
He wrestled.
majestic
He
things.
wrestled an angel at Peniel. That was the
Yeah, he
place it was
did.
called.
Yeah, he did. And then he also his name meant like yes, he was in the shade, but not only that, he dealt with the kingdoms. Like if you notice, like the neatness, like in the house. You ever heard the house of Israel and things like that? Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the house. He represents the house.
Cleanliness
That's what
is next to
yeah,
godliness.
yeah, that's what he was about. Now he did fuck with the field. A lot of people don't tell you that in scripture because he did, but the trick was he wanted everything to be neat, because see, Jacob, he was like a cunning. I mean, not Jacob, but his brother Esau. Esau was more like Nimrod. They were violent and they was warlike, and he actually conquests, and that's why you get all the problems you have. And I understand what the field meant. He was a cunning hunter. They had something in common. Yeah.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Here's the thing, right? Here's the crazy part. Is this? This is my take on it a little bit. I look at it as a historical thing, but I look at it for what it is.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's fair. That's fair.
Everything that Jacob touched turned to shit. And the reason I'm gonna tell
Opposite
you
of
is
King Midas.
no. Yeah. It turned to shit, and I'm gonna tell you how. This is just my perceptions, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's cool.
Okay. You got the birthright without the blessing. Birthright means
Oh,
nothing
we
without.
talked about this. Yeah.
Right.
I know where you're
Okay.
going.
Oh, where Jacob pretended to be Esau, and he got his brother's blessing and everything.
I know that. Me and Dre
Yeah,
talked
yeah.
about this over at
Remember that story about it.
I believe you told me at the third ship. Yeah, I know where you're
So
going.
this is, I mean, it's just what it is, right? Okay, you wrestle with an angel for 3 days and nights because you was more afraid of an angel than your brother, right? It told you how warlike Esau was, right? Remember, your mother and Esau's mother wasn't the same woman. That's another thing. Remember, Jacob, he was smart, but he was weak when it came to defending. He was more of a strategist.
Wait, I thought they were twins.
No, they weren't twins.
You sure?
Nah.
I don't know because
Oh no, they weren't twins.
I don't know. The story says because I remember it says Jacob got his name because he was called the heel grabber because Esau was born first, and then when he came out, he grabbed
Most
his
people don't
heel.
look at it as they're twins, but I won't be surprised. You got certain cultures that do believe it, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah, they were. I would say I don't want to say they're half brothers, but here's the thing: the difference was one had a nation, and the other had the It's
Big
kind of
picture, big
like
wise.
it's kind of like I don't want to say liberal nation, but it's a mix between a lot of shit, you know, because Jacob his shit was better than Esau's. Esau, he could have had the birthright, but the thing is he let
7
Jacob did
years
it.
for one
And
wife, 7 more years to get the other.
I blame Esau for that. But number one, he was so weak and he let Jacob do that because he was, you know, he was a smooth, you know, talker,
Weak-willed.
like, you know.
Well, see,
Yeah.
this what actually happened. It was actually Jacob's mother that came up with the goddamn idea.
Yeah.
Rebecca.
You know what I mean? Yeah, Jacob loved his brother, but he wanted to please his mother. Remember, Jacob was
Mama's
sickly, just
boy.
like
Yeah.
just like his father, Isaac, right?
Yeah.
Remember, Isaac was always sickly, right?
Oh yeah.
So Esau, remember, they didn't eat unless Esau went out and hunted,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
That's what his name meant.
Jacob
Yeah.
Jacob stayed always home with his mother. He was
That's what I
very,
mean by the inside. Yeah. He always
yeah,
inside the house. Yeah.
he was always inside the house. His mother doted on him, right? Now was it Esau's fault that he gave up the birthright? Because now you got to think about it. Jacob would always ask Esau for the birthright, and Esau would basically say, "Here." He's like, "You know what, man? Shut up. Just cook my goddamn food. I'm tired for fucking
See
fighting
that right there.
motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of my
Oh, the
fucking
lentil
face."
stew.
Yeah,
Lento.
Lentil stew.
yeah. So, but Esau knew the birthright means nothing without the blessing. Now he went in there
Yeah.
and tricked his blind father into giving him the blessing, and he ran
Mhm.
instantly. Now, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Now,
that's true. Yeah.
what happened to his mother? His mother actually got killed
Yeah.
because she the one to put him up to it.
Yeah.
Right now, he
Mhm.
fought with the angel. Esau had to listen and just took his L. So
Yeah, he
Esau
had to
did
take it.
what?
Yeah, he had to take it.
He left and he went to the land of Canaan.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in the land
That's
of
true.
Canaan.
And that's
The
true.
land of
It's kind of
Canaan
like,
become
and you know, it's based off the Abel and Cain story too, because Esau's a reincarnation of Cain. I hate to say that because he did the
yeah,
same thing, killed his brother. See, Jacob is based off Abel. See, that was payback, and I hate to say the Most High did that. He used his mom, right? And next thing you know,
yep,
boom, there you are. There you are.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and I have to blame the older brother because number one, he didn't know about his mom. But the fucked up thing about it is you let your brother trick your blind father. And then I guess that happens every day. And when I noticed that story, I said, that sounds like
Yeah,
some, I don't want to say nigga shit, but that happens all the time. You know, people can't
yeah,
stop when people do things. Like if you hear the term birthright, that means ruler of this planet. That's like kingdom of heaven's rulership on earth.
yeah.
People think it's you know, like the other shit when you die. I don't believe that. I believe it's rulership because what they told
Uh-huh.
me in scripture, and no, it means rulership because you can make a thing of heaven. The trick is you gotta have a society that sustains. The problem with that is people gonna have their nature. You're gonna do some killing. I hate to say that. When I read those scriptures, you gotta kill people, not as much. It's like I hate using this word utilitarian. That's another example right there. And what they was trying to do at that time, they didn't want to teach this in school when I was coming up. They said, "What's utilitarianism?" Well, you already know the key word is what? Greatest number and happiness. That pleasure shit. Yeah, that's what. If you use Esau and Jacob's story and Abel Cain, so it's the same thing, same concept. Who's gonna be good and evil? And they said, "All right, that's your weakness." But then you know Jacob, what he did is people, right? And Joseph, right? Same concept with Judah. It's the same thing what his people was going to be. And Esau, he just took the the violent route. I tell people all the time, now he came back, he ruled. It's just in a different way. It's just
Yeah.
he just it was this story.
Well,
It's just a prophecy of who these people were, and they were violent, warlike,
see,
and at the end, that's it. You know?
here's
Yeah, yeah,
see, here's the other thing about. I'm gonna be honest with you. Here's the other thing. If Esau
yeah,
was really violent, soon as Jacob showed up, he should have killed him,
yeah. He should have killed him, but he didn't. I don't
and
know
he did.
what.
He did.
I didn't
Well,
know
the
what it
reason why he
was.
did.
Yeah,
Well, the reason why Jacob did. I mean, the reason why Esau did not kill Jacob
yeah,
is see. This is a lot of things they omit from from certain stories. The
yeah,
reason why Esau did not kill Jacob was one, it was Isaac
Mhm.
promised him not to do it.
Mhm.
2, he listened to God and he just let him roll. Right?
Just let him live. Yeah, let him rock.
He let him live because the mother already took the L for death. First she got stoned
For that. Yeah, for that.
for whatever happened. So Esau left, but Esau took all of the warriors and the people because the tribe was already pissed. So he already took 2/3 of tribe.
Yeah, he did.
Went to the land of Canaan, set up the land of Canaan. Right? He was good. Where was Jacob after that? He tried to do the same fucking shit in another land and he got chased up out of that bitch.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
Until he had those boys, and then from Jericho,
tried
and
to
then
use
that wall. Yeah.
Well, no. You gotta think about it. He tried to use his fucking daughter, right?
Yeah.
Because remember the old law: if you
Oh
rape
yeah,
a
yeah,
woman,
yeah,
that
yeah,
becomes your
yeah,
wife, right?
You got to marry the oldest. You cannot marry younger before the oldest.
Right. So what
And
he
so
did
when
was
he worked 7 years to gain the hand of Rebecca, but he got tricked by his uncle to marry her older sister Leah, and then he had to work another 7 years for Rebecca, for
Yeah, but
Rachel.
that was-
Excuse me.
yeah, but you know what I mean. But what he did was he used his daughter, right? When they went to the other land, and have his daughter seduce the prince or whatever.
Dude, you got a cold?
Yeah, but dude that
Yeah, because he's like,
seduced the
yeah.
He does that a
dude
lot.
that,
He does that a lot. Yeah.
you know, what I mean, dude that has a what was it? Dude that had seduced. You know what I mean, had the daughter seduced. The daughter then said she got raped. And the brothers and the old law was if you rape somebody back in the older days, that become your wife, right? Automatically, right? She would have been the first wife. So then she would have got picked to choose whoever the handmaid was. He would have been married into the family. And then Jacob claim would have been straight because they had to plot of land. He didn't have to pay a dowry, give nothing up. Bam.
Right.
Because the
There you go.
offense. The problem is the brothers decide because they was pissed off. They went in there and start motherfucking massacring motherfuckers during the feast.
You know
then
how they did
got
it, right?
chased. Yeah, and then they got chased their ass up out of there. And where did they end up? In the land of Canaan. Next thing you know, Esau got to pack up and leave again because
Yeah,
Jacob done did some fuck shit again to get him rolling up out of there. Next
That's
thing
true.
you know, what happens? He sells his youngest son Jacob into slavery. Right? He blamed it on the brothers, but it's these are the same brothers that did the same stupid shit that fucked everything up with the whole fucking co-op in the other kingdom. Next thing you know, the brother Joseph makes it to the point in Egypt.
I'm getting
where
confused here. Are we talking about Joseph here? Or are we still talking about Jacob?
Remember Jacob, right? Like, you know what I mean? Jacob had a
bunch of
younger
sons.
son, Joseph, that was sold into slavery in Egypt after they left the land of Canaan because it became barren. See, here's the thing about Jacob that people keep forgetting. Esau knew how the land worked. Jacob didn't.
Jacob didn't. Here's a reason what their names meant. Esau is like, I don't want to say he's like Nimrod. That's how they were. They were field guys. And the problem with Esau was he was warlike. And people said, what do you mean by warlike? He's warlike in different ways. It's not a bad thing. That's just who he was designed. The fucked up thing is he should have knew that Jacob was conniving and things like that. But you got to understand, the scriptures you reading, if the Most High is that conniving too and petty, don't be surprised, God, you serve. It's like, I hate referencing the He-Man, the Master Universe, all those superhero movies based off those scriptures. I hate to say that most of your cartoons and elements and shit like that.
Let's use
all that.
a Lion King reference here then. Let's use the Lion King reference. Let's just say Esau was Mufasa.
In a way.
And Jacob was Scar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one right there. There you go. That's a good one. And it's so many in video games too, but a lot of stuff, if you read scriptures and old shit, they use it in video games and comics and all that. And if you read some of the stories, it's very similar to the Abel and Cain story. The difference was Cain slew his brother. Now, Esau and Jacob did not do that. Now, he had the Cain spirit, but his father told him don't do it. It was a repeat
they
of that.
Reconciled, didn't they?
In a way. But like the land of Canaan, I like what Dre uses. I like when he said that. That's kind of like the land of Nod almost, because they had that. I don't want to say the swastika symbol. That's his story. That goes way, way back in the day. And Saruin told me it was a sword. Yeah, it's a sword, but it's a violent sword. It's a death sword. It's a curse. You know, the Most High put it on the mark on your head for a reason. And the reason why Hitler was so inspired by that, and he read shit like that, and this is why he's a scholar. I'm going to use a scholar term, even though he did some bad shit, but he was a scholar too. When I researched him, what he was doing with that symbol, he stole it from dark cultures. He wasn't dumb. He realized what Esau was about. Esau loved conquest. When you conquest
there you go.
shit, you dominate others, and it's a natural thing. Now Jacob could do the same thing. The difference was he was stealth with it. He was evil too. Now he was like everybody promoted him as a hero, but technically he was a villain. So it goes either way. You know, it flips and flops, and that's why they're synonymous. I'm glad Charles represents when my stream got a clip. And he said this very well. Yeah, that's very true. It's very true. A lot of references you read, and you have to learn etymology and things. You understand what Esau's about. And it took me years to understand why he did what he did. Jacob did what he did. And you look at his people in the future. Yeah, that's what it's going to be like in the future. But it's not a bad thing. That's just a part of the nature of the ecosystem and the ecology. Because Esau's people so dumb, and they could have did that. But his thing, that's just how cultures were and human beings operate, because before there was two species, you had one species, the man and woman, that's it. But eventually you're going to have an ecosystem of people being violent. That's just normal, good or bad or whatever. You can't use a utilitarian society like that. You have to be biased with one group, not just everybody and all that stuff. But if you're a nihilist, you understand that. That's easy to understand, like a stoic or whatever. But,
some people are like lions, others are like leopards. Others are like hyenas.
Me and Cyril need to talk about that, because a lot of people get misconstrued with the utilitarian part. Yeah.
See, that's why, like, when you look at stuff with, like, not just straight off, like, you look at it with objectivity. Like, you can sit up
I try to.
Right? So here's the other thing, right? In every kingdom, you need, depending on the time frame, right? You need an Esau and a Jacob. You need a strategist, right? And then you need a conqueror. But you can't be one all the time, right? Because
I just realized analogy. I just realized another example when you mentioned video games. Def Jam, Fight for New York. Sticky Fingers is Esau. Method Man Blaze was kind of like Jacob, the thinker.
Yeah, that's what
in
you
a
need,
way.
right?
Yeah, you're right. And there's another one. A Witcher 3. You could get example. Even the Witcher series, like Geralt was like basically, he could be a villain, he could be protagonist. But the funny thing was, I like how they used the third game. He has so many references in that. It's so many. The anime series, like He-Man. Figured out what Skeletor was with Keldor, and I said, I see. And Charles represent, that's whole, because he was a different complexion and things like that. But even though he wanted to rule Great Skull, but you know, that's a whole nother dispute. But it's a bunch of references. Go ahead, officer. My fault, advisor.
No.
Sorry, advisor.
No, I'm saying, like, there's different references that you can look at it. Like, I give you another perfect example. We watched the Black Panther movie, right? Killmonger, T'Challa is Jacob, right? But but his father would really be Jacob, not T'Challa, right? T'Challa would be T'Chaka, right? So what the biggest thing is about these guys is that when you look at history, right, you look at how his son got sold into slavery for a bigger plan. Now you look at the whole, you look at these, these group of people, because they're still nomads, right?
Yeah. Oh, you talking about Joe? Yeah,
Talking about Joseph. Now you gotta think about it like this.
Yeah.
They still was not allowed to be in the main land of Egypt. They were basically, Joseph was actually given some land, and they had to settle outside of the main city.
That's
right?
true.
You think about it, Joseph still has, to this day, is documented. It's an actual site that he got his own burial ground, a little bitty pyramid, because he was revered in the land of, in the land, in that land, right? Right? Exactly, right? But guess what happens? You look up, you go dark 400 years later, these motherfuckers in slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Right? How did that happen? Because they are what? Joseph's people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what are they going to do? I mean, they're not they're Joseph's people, but they're Jacob's people at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So the only reason they was able to rise and promise because of off the back of Joseph, which was fair and biased. Now, here's another thing: Joseph, halfway through his life, was raised by who?
Egyptians.
The Egyptians.
Egyptian.
Now,
He was imprisoned by an Egyptian. If you remember, then
He
he was
was-
also interpreter of dreams.
Yeah,
And someone give and
he's a dreamer.
one of his inmates, one of his fellow inmates, he told those dreams.
Yahuda, his brother Yahuda himself sold him into slavery because even
Yep.
though he was like he's one of the head
Judah.
tribes in the south. There's three of them.
Judah.
It's Yahuda, Benjamin, and Lewite, and those are the three southern
No,
tribes.
Benjamin
but-
wasn't born at that time. Benjamin,
I know he wasn't
was
born, but
after.
I'm referencing the southern tribes now. I'm referencing him because he's one of the three tribes is known for selling people to slavery because what his name meant, and I forget. I read this from the guy off the scholar in the street, and they told me, yeah, he used to do shit like that. And this is why that tribe is historic known doing that. Now I know his tribes is like what they will say four corners of the earth, but I ain't gonna get in depth with that. That's a whole nother discussion. But I know Benjamin was not born. No, he was probably the last or whatever like that.
No.
But
The
the way
last
they
of the
the way
12,
they
the
have
youngest of the 12.
yeah.
Well,
Out of
I
all
think,
those 12,
Joseph.
yeah, Joseph was the 11th, but out of all those, but in order, like the way they stationed with those tribes, the northern tribes, you notice Joseph's with the northern tribe, if you notice that, right? And the southern tribe is what? The darker skinned people, those people, right? And even the lighter brown skin or whatever you want to call it up in the northern tribes. But you know, it's so funny. Me and Elder Young One had a discussion. He did a pre-record years ago. He said, sir, they still stuck in what you would say places like Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that stuff. The actual people that's from those lands have not made it Israel yet. And I said, I noticed that. And he said, look at the faces and the rituals and shit like that. The northern tribes is in the exact same spot, but they outside of Israel. That's the sad part. And then the southern tribes are scattered out. But it doesn't really matter at this point because people ain't gonna acknowledge that because you got to dig up DNA and do the same thing. You know how they do the DNA test, say you're white and this and that, and half that stuff can be partially true because you got to do a whole blood DNA scan like they do in Assassin's Creed. And then if your ancestor was this, you'd be like, what the fuck? I didn't know that was my ancestor. I said, yeah, but you got to understand the Jacob and Esau story. It's the same concept what people deal with every day. It's like it's surface, but when you get to the truth, Joseph knew the same thing. You know, he couldn't trust his family like that, what he did to him, but he forgave him. It's just like that Esau shit. Like, yeah, I forgive what you did,
forgive,
but I ain't
but you don't forget.
You forget what you did, and that's normal, and it took me to realize, okay, so you telling me a story like this. This is when I was a kid learning about the old. And then I look back at it now at this age, I'm like, I understand what it means now because some people meant what they say. You got to own your word, but a lot of dudes don't understand. If you really read it, you'd be like, I understand. See the new Roman fantasy shit, the four gospels, the good spell, the gospel, the new church or whatever. And then you got your
this
Pauline
book of
doctrine,
Revelations, Proverbs, book of Psalms. That's better. Listen,
Pauline doctrines and all that stuff. I used to get killed against that when I went against it one time with those guys on the street and the Christians too.
That's why I don't talk to people about this shit. I just read my shit. When they say you read the Bible, I said, motherfucker, do you understand what's written in that motherfucker?
I used to bait back them in when in my 20s in the barbershop, and I always knew the scripture, and I quoted every precept I did. But I learned my lesson. I let them hang themselves at the end because even if I knew the answer, they get frustrated. They said, "You know the script?" I said, "Yeah, of course I do." I just don't read it as much. I just use a certain verse and that's it. And then I think me and Dre discussed this on the third shift when we was trying to tell Kuda's ass, no, you just got to read it properly. It's like anything else.
Read in context. That's why, what's his name? That's why Eddie Griffin always said, motherfucker, whether it was the Bible or Quran, said, motherfucker, leave that book alone. It will fuck you up. Because some people are not ready for that shit. I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the podcaster Dan Carlin, like I mentioned a few times.
Yeah,
he had the story about what happened in Munster, Germany, the Prophets of Doom. That shit. It was during the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah,
and you had like these radical Protestant groups and whatnot. So if you read about what happened in Munster in the 16th century, you understand like how religion was taken out of control and shit. Hey, is it family time over there, Dre?
Yeah, they over there talking.
Yeah, them little monsters. Hold on a second. Hey, keep it down back there. We're trying to have a conversation. Little ass motherfuckers. You gotta love them and all, but sometimes you just won't.
Actually, that's my wife and my 25-year-old son. But go ahead.
My bad. Sorry.
No, you good.
So the
Oni, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Yeah. Well, like you
Guess who
said,
goes when I meet that violator, maybe?
like you said about these discussions like this. See, I don't usually talk like that, but I like the objectivity, and I'm glad you brought it up because I can't tell this to everybody. You know, if they ask me about it, I still got some Bible stuff. Yeah, I have certain scriptures what this mean, and if you want to go etymology, I told this to Tampa. I said, yeah, I can do that, but I'm not going to go extremely in depth because some people, you know, because I know how atheistic most people in the manosphere in Gnostic or agnostic, but you know, I had to be fair to my audience because some people don't get into stuff. But if you want to talk me off air about it, I'll do that, you know, because I point you certain channels that do that, you know, I ain't got no problem. But I'll do those discussions like we just did right now. Yeah, I'll reference or two and try to look at it different. Now, Wacky, he'll talk about it. Man, it was probably only to withstand the pain. See, I can't talk to Conversation with Kuda about that because he's so surface level minded. That's why you don't want to put it on his channel. And I tell people all the time, no, he's surface level thinking. That's why you can't listen to what a guy says. Now I give him the music, the media, and all that, but that shit, I try to bring that on this channel, but it didn't work. He's one of them types. I was like, yeah, I'm not wasting my energy on that because that's bad content for me and him and the audience. And I don't want to hear this. I'm like, no, you just surface minded. You just don't read.
It's cool.
Y'all ones don't read. And I ain't saying you, Wolf. You good. It's just guys like that. You got to watch out.
I've read, but I stay away from a lot of people from these discussions. I learned the hard way that one.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
but it's fair though. Long with cordial. Yeah.
By the way, in the back chat, I sent a link for you guys to check out because remember we were talking about the Count of Monte Cristo.
Yep. Alexander
that's a link of. But this is a link about Alexander Dumas' father, Thomas Alexander Dumas, his life story and what happened to him, because that was where he got the inspiration for the Count of Monte Cristo, the Three Musketeers, and everything.
Yeah.
Prince and the Iron Mask.
Yeah.
He was a veteran of the French Revolution, man.
It's supposed to be cold down here in Georgia because you know. It's 63 right now, but it's gonna drop in the 20s because people don't realize it's January. Me and my father was talking about it, and we was like, yeah, it's gonna get cold.
You guys get any snow yet?
We will eventually, but it's snowing in the mountains in Georgia. But see, I'm not in the mountains. I'm in the suburb area, outskirts of Atlanta.
Where are we talking? Stone Mountain, Georgia?
Not Stone Mountain, but in Kennesaw. I'm in somewhere up in there in Cobb County.
Kennesaw, yeah. The only reason I know, Cobb County, we got some WWE references right there.
Yeah.
But it's actually
it's actually a good county, better than Fulton. Fulton's is where the nigga shit ain't that right, Dre? Yeah, that nonsense down there.
I would know, but
but I had to get away from that shit long term.
Yeah, Dre, your kid is 25.
Yeah, that's my middle son.
That's the middle. Wait,
how old's the oldest?
He's about to be 27.
27,
that's
25, right. And the youngest is
you're going to be 18 this year.
Oh, okay. Oh, congratulations, Junior! Your balls finally dropped.
His two sons. One's in the mid 20s. One's in the late 20s. That's about right. He had them right. And then the last son, that makes sense.
Yeah.
My sister's got some years on him. She just turned 22 last year. Her birthday was in December.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm like.
She asked my parents a question. She's like saying, "Am I getting older?" And they said, "No, baby, you getting younger." My dad was teasing a little bit. And I started laughing. I said, "I tried to say, you're fine. You fine."
No,
that's the younger generation.
No, but you gotta like look at these things like you know what I'm saying. When I look at things as like history and understanding
Yeah,
like
yeah,
certain
yeah,
things because this is the thing that trips me out is that if you know you following some people that were nomads, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But like if you look at Abraham, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
he went to go get his second wife from the market in Egypt. I mean,
Yeah.
Egypt was a whole established nation and country by then.
Like a superpower and empire. Yeah. Oh man.
So if you
That's
think about it in that sense, right?
yeah.
Think about it in that sense. If Egypt was already a superpower in a nation where, of course, you know, slavery was basically a part of, you know,
Society. Society.
Yeah, and where they
society
get
back
most
then.
and
You know what
most
I'm
of the
saying?
slaves they brought from places like Nubia and further
Yeah.
south.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
further south. Yeah. So
That's normal. That's part of the ecosystem. But people don't understand that's kind of culture. Before, after slavery, you got the prison system. I don't want to say that's
yes,
Mm.
slavery. Me and my father talk about this a
that's
lot
true. Prison
in the
complex.
South,
Yeah.
and he said, he told me, he said, yes, son, it is a form of slavery. If you really think about it, you get technical.
It
It is
is.
slave wages. That's why you think they hear the term slave wages, and then people don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. You got to learn to breathe and understand. You can't stop society.
Too many
What they gonna
trigger
do?
warnings.
People get emotional
Very
about it.
caught
That's
up in semantics.
oh, I think we're free outside, but they don't understand that you're in a
Yeah.
bubble of the
Yes.
sphere of the planet.
Absolutely.
It's just it's
I'll
just
give
it's
you an
normal.
example of some of delusion. Like we're talking about like the weather out here, right? Over here we were
Yeah,
snowing yesterday. Now we just had rain, so we got to deal with the black ice,
yeah,
which I'm going to be cool with because you got to wear spikes. But there's this concept when I first came to here to Norway. There was this concept I learned from other Eritreans and whatnot. And in my mother tongue, we say "hasod sahai," which means the false or the liar sun or the deceptive sun. Because like in January, it's still cold, it's still winter, but the sun's out, and that gives people that false sense of hope. When they see the sun, they get really happy, like, "Hey, the
Yeah.
sun's out!" But it's still cold outside, so you still got to bundle up when you're outside. And on top of that, because it's still ice in the motherfucker, you still got to wear sunglasses. Otherwise, this is because the snow is white, the ice is white. It's gonna just like the light's gonna bounce back in your eyes and shit.
Yeah.
So you get that false sense of security and shit. And I'm like, that's why I realized I'm a dark winter type of motherfucker. I like the darkness. Thank you very much.
darkness is powerful.
I think what it is
Oh, yeah.
like when it get dark around like 2 o'clock in the afternoon over there, Norway, like 3 o'clock.
Sunset. And if you're in the north, it's complete darkness right now. But I'm in the south. I'm in the south, and we get like
It's
sunsets like
1:43
around 3
right
in the
now.
afternoon.
I'm in daylight right now, Eastern time, in GMT time over.
Where I'm at, the sun
Western
set about 3 hours ago, 3-4 hours ago.
Yeah. You're ahead of me. See, I'm at 1:43, 1:44 right now. It's cloudy.
It's
And
7:44
it's a little rainy, but it's gonna get dark
And
around.
it's raining here. It's raining out here because we're just right next to us is the North Atlantic, and you got storms at this time of year.
Yeah.
Shit, I
we
remember
may
was it
get
like
some snow this week.
oh, look at you. We ain't gonna get no snow until February for a while. It's gonna be just a lot.
It happens.
That
It happens.
wow.
There'll be snow in February in the South and the northeast of U.S. I mean, it's like the same rotation,
Except
But the funny
unless
thing
you're in
is,
Florida.
well, Florida not so much. They get ice. I mean, they do get snow, but not as much in the Miami area. I've noticed that's kind of weird.
No,
but,
actually, I would fit okay in Florida because like I said, I grew up in the Eastern Province,
yeah,
the KSA, right? If you lived on the whole eastern side of the Arabian Peninsula, wintertime it's just nothing but rain because you got the Gulf. Oh, by the way,
yeah,
when you talk to an Iranian, it's called the Persian Gulf, but when you talk to an Arab, especially from that part of the world, they call it the Arabian Gulf. So you got to know who you're talking to when you say the Gulf.
yeah, it's true.
So
they always say that to me down here in Georgia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They know. So Florida right now is dealing with a lot of rain and shit, and possible hurricanes eventually. I mean, who remembers Hurricane Andrew?
Yeah, I remember
Who remembers Hurricane Andrew?
Yeah.
So I'm used to that weather because like in Eastern Province, you got to worry about flash floods and shit like that.
Remembers Hurricane Matthew? That was violent too. That was a violent story. I'll never forget that.
Everybody talk about Hurricane Katrina. What about what? Oh wait! I remember there was a joke by Robin Williams about one of the wasn't there a hurricane or a tornado that was called Bernie? And they made a reference to Bernard Madoff and shit with that one.
Uh-huh.
I remember that. There was also what it said. There was one hurricane, and for some reason, Robin Williams said, recently we had a hurricane called Hurricane Terrence, which I'm sure was pretty gay. That was a gay hurricane. Excuse me. Are we making? Uh-oh. Did I cross any lines?
No.
By making that reference? We're good? Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It was,
Hurricane Bernie. Yeah, Hurricane Bernie. He took our money. Then he came for the he came back to take the house. Katrina. Oh, what up? I don't want to curse. I don't don't need anybody picking up any of my curse words.
Katrina.
Yep. Abba. That goofy. Yep. But what else? But yeah, it's like you have to deal with a lot of rain at this time of year because if you're in the coastal areas and shit like that. Wait, who remembers Hurricane Sandy?
Yeah, I remember that.
I do.
That's when everybody was tripping.
Yeah.
Long Island got messed up at that time. Damn.
I actually
New
live
Jersey.
in Long Island.
Where, Uniondale or someplace else?
No, I'm like in the center, but like I'm like in the center of Long Island, but yeah, the rest of everything around me was it was pretty bad during that year.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it
that
was
messed up.
It was fucked up. Having a flooded marina.
Damn.
Yeah. Like it was bad. It was bad for certain areas.
It was bad. Man, you sound like you just came from a fight. You was like, it was bad. Yeah.
Well,
shit, it was. I just kicked ass, I was just not gonna do. You sound like you just won a 12-round decision. You're like, well, Oni, how do you feel after the fight? Oh well, man, I was doing great. It was bad though because that fool thought he had me good, but I got him good with that counter, that right hook. I told y'all that left hand was gonna get him in trouble. I ducked and got him. You probably. You know what? You remind me of that bit by Martin Lawrence about, talking shit by the boxer. You remember? You ever listen to Martin Lawrence talking shit? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
2 minutes until I have to shut down this stream. But Clown, aka the Violator, we appreciate you coming in to.
Oh, am I getting ejected? Well, what, I crossed the line now? Oh, I feel so confused.
Well, technically, this is kind of like my limit day.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. I didn't know. Sometimes I get confused. Sometimes, I get mixed. A lot of people keep sending me mixed signals. Make a point. Be direct with me. That's how I like it. Only person should be sending mixed signals should be me.
Right. Right.
Yeah, we gotta appreciate. You gotta appreciate the cap is sticking with it. You know what I'm saying? He finally got the ship right.
Yeah.
Sir.
What happened to you, man? What happened? You got lost in the hole? You got lost in the hole?
No, I don't even know what happened. Like, I said my camera and microphone was blocked, so I had to look into my settings and all. And I was like, wait a minute. Like, everything is working fine. Like, I checked, like, my little camera app on my computer. It was fine. I was like, you know what? I turned it off. So I tried it again. I was like, oh, well, that was easy.
Yeah.
gave me a hard time trying to figure out like why my camera was blocked. So
Mhm.
got it.
Yeah.
You definitely got it.
Anyway, enjoy those clips I sent you. Those clips I gave you in the back chat. Because you're going to need a lot of laughs right now.
Yes, definitely. I'm going to. I was hoping I wasn't going to work today. Fuck it. I'm going to work today.
I got money. I got money that Oni is going to learn how to do the Sudanese. He's going to master the Sudanese two-step by next week. He's going to be two-stepping like the Sudanese, you know? That's the way they two-stepping.
Hey, I'm going to try. But appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah. Petty officer or petty advisor, Dr. Doom. Is there anything you want me to send to Mount Brosia?
What's up?
What, you ever watch Spawn? You don't know what Mount Brosia is? Come on, man.
Oh yeah.
Come on, Dr. Doom. Give me some. Give me something, man. Give me something. You want me to pass on anything to Mount Brosia? Oh, never mind. Skeletor, Lord of Grayskull, the Vice Captain.
Mm-hmm.
Anything I should pass on to Mount Brosia? Regarding
Not really.
little
We're all good.
collaboration.
We're all good. We're all good, Violator.
Okay.
We're all good.
Okay. Yeah, I just got to deal with Spawny Boy after this. It's hard to find good help. Anyway, Oni the Ghost, the ODB sends his regards.
All right.
All right.
We're breaching. But
All right.
thank you for coming through. And
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Stay tuned for next time.
All right. Wu-Tang, bow.
All right.
And
Captain,
we
you
out,
can end it.
folks. Yeah.
Let's go. Peace.